6.
Jaydeep. Caller mic. Jaydeep, caller mic दो ना. मेरा caller mic. है ना. कितने नंबर? है ना. Podium बोल. हाँ. Caller mic है ना. हाँ.
Good morning. Can I have your attention, please? Hi. Rohit bhai, why don't you sit somewhere? So great. In fact, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you all with us here today at a very interesting event, what we call as the Porter Prize and the Strategy Forum. In fact, this is one of the finest years for us since we have been doing this. In fact, we have been doing the Porter Prize for the last 5 years, but this time, the 6th cohort, we had one of the finest gifts that Mike could actually give to us. So Mike has traveled all the way from US or from Boston. He came in yesterday, and it's absolutely a privilege to have him with us. And he's going to be spending the next couple of days in India. So this is the first interaction that he's doing in Bombay, and then he actually goes to Delhi. In fact, we have an amazing program lined up in Delhi as well, which includes the National Competitiveness Forum. But I'm very proud to state that he's actually doing the Niti lecture, or the transformation lecture, where he is going to be hosted by the Prime Minister, and he's going to be heard by the Prime Minister and the Cabinet as well. And I have to thank one of my close friends, Srivatsa, for really helping get that off the table as well. So Srivatsa is as well the student of Mike Porter, and that's where it is. But then, as the day goes, it's going to be one of the most interesting things that's going to happen. Mike is going to share some stunning ideas from various things that he has done over his lifetime, from ideas from strategy to competitiveness to shared value to social progress. So he's going to touch upon a lot of interesting things. But without further ado, we'll just jump into the program. I have one very close friend of mine, Wilfred Albert, who is going to give the opening keynote. He's going to be talking about riding the tiger. Incidentally, Riding the Tiger is the title of our book. In fact, Wilfred and I co-authored the book called Riding the Tiger recently. It was published in December by Penguin Random House. And we are very proud that it's actually on the bestseller list, and he's going to give a small keynote on the book from where we learned over a period of time, talking to something like 125 companies, and it was done because of the Porter Prize process itself. So Wilfred, over to you. Can you please come up stage?
Thanks. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I do have a quick presentation. So we want to talk about riding the tiger and navigating complexity and what can be learned from India. Is there just 1 second. I hope this would work. Yeah, fantastic. So if we look at the world today, it's extremely interesting. We have the French who nearly decided to build a wall of cheese and wine around their country and be really French. We have the Brits that are pulling up the bridges of the Thames. We have America that's worried about America first. We worry about make in India, make in Indonesia, make in the Philippines. So it's a world that really has some very fundamental transformations, and these political changes are just a reflection of underlying changes. One is globalization. Some of them are linked to the challenges that we have on the front of the environment, but a lot of it is also linked to the fact that we are moving away from a manufacturing ground or founded economy to an economy that's more and more service-oriented, because at the end of the day, robots, autonomous vehicles, and software bots will take a lot of the work that is currently being done by people. Now, if we look at what it takes to succeed in such an environment, we are in a very good position. We've had this kind of volatility, uncertainty, complexity all around us for a very long time. I've been in India now for 25 years, coming and going, and I can assure you that at least my experience indicates that we are very well positioned to handle this kind of complex environment. And what we've seen, looking at some of the companies that are operating in India, that are successful in India, they typically work around 6 fundamental levers. One is operational excellence. You cannot succeed in this country without taking every paisa out of the process. It just does not work. The market is unforgiving. Your customer is extremely value-oriented. If you are not on your toes as far as running your operations efficiently, you're not going to succeed. The second is innovation. Indian consumers have a very complex value equation. If you look at the automotive business, it is not just price. It's not just fuel economy. It's styling, it's brand, it's pickup, right? It's space. This is the reason why some vehicles are extremely successful in India and other brands de facto fail, and in some cases even decide to pull out of the country. So innovation, understanding what is important for the Indian consumer and getting that into your products is key. Choices and trade-offs. We'll talk about an example in a little bit. Again, you cannot be everything to everybody. One of the key challenges that we see with lots of entrepreneurs is everybody wants to be a conglomerate. Right? I am successful in one particular area, so let me move into the next particular area. I'll be successful over there as well. It really doesn't work for most people. Being a conglomerate is completely different than running your business well in one particular area. Alignment. We live in a country that is de facto like the European Union. It's a conglomeration of countries, a conglomeration of cultures. You cannot, even as a German, think about every application, every process that would be important for your people in terms of their interaction with customers. What you have to do is make sure that people understand what your company is all about, what is the value proposition that you give to your customers, and then ensure that they are enabled to bring that value proposition to consumers. Leadership and courage is one thing that I've seen quite a bit here in India, whether it's Bharat Forge buying a gun manufacturing facility in 10 days, whether it's Chand Sehgal building a factory in 39 days to start exports for Daimler. So that kind of capacity to take calls on what to do and what not to do is a key differentiator in India. And last but not least, agility and serendipity. As Napoleon said, right, what kind of general do you want? I want a lucky one, right? It doesn't hurt to be lucky at times, provided that you actually know that you're lucky and you leverage that opportunity. We have 10 minutes, so let me just give you a couple of examples. Maruti Suzuki, again, not only an example of operational efficiency, but an exceedingly successful example where operational efficiency is a key pillar. And what Maruti Suzuki has done, what Osamu Suzuki did, he actually went into the factory, looked at everything himself, double-checked that the distance between the team leader and his team is not too high, because then there's no efficient communication. It wastes efficiency. Pulled up the drawers of his people and double-checked whether they are tidy or not. Because if they're not tidy, the problem is you're wasting time looking for your pen. That's not time that's spent on creating value for your customers. It's that kind of obsession that has allowed Maruti Suzuki to do it internally, roll it out to their suppliers, roll it out to their dealers, and overall create a virtuous cycle. Cost down, volume up. Even today, with all those competitors in the market, Maruti Suzuki is about 50% market share, which is a commendable achievement. Godrej is a good example where we just want to highlight the phenomenon of innovation. They have a 3x3 strategy. 3 categories across Asia, Latin America, and Africa. And the way they innovate is, one, look at some good big ideas. One of the big ideas was hair cream. They saw that they have a sachet-based hair cream in Latin America, in their Argentinian operation, and then basically decided, let's bring this to India and cut the cost by a factor of 2 or 3. And the way they did that is by first understanding the chemistry, understanding the process, optimizing the process together with their suppliers, making sure they optimize capex, and at the end, they are able to offer hair cream at 30 rupees per sachet rather than 150, such as the MNC. So it's a good example where you use innovation to produce not for the 1 billion that is rich, but for the 6 billion that is a huge market opportunity and a profitable market opportunity if you get it right. And last but not least, we have Bajaj as an example of choices. Rajiv basically says, listen, I had 3 phases in my life. Phase number 1 is I was in school. Everybody liked me and everybody was extremely friendly because at the time, Hamara Bajaj took about 15 years to get. So they basically thought if they're nice to me, I'll be nice to my father and I'll get my scooter a little earlier. First phase. Second phase was when he was in college. People were still nice, but not quite as nice anymore because at that particular point in time there was competition. You didn't really have to wait 15 years for your scooter. So, okay, fine, you're a nice guy, but there are options. And the last phase is the phase when he decided to get out of Hamara Bajaj. And where people started telling him, man, you're crazy. Right? But it is a good example because what he's done is he's clearly said, okay, listen, I cannot do 2 things at the same time. I cannot succeed in motorcycles and scooters. I don't believe that I have the capacity, the money, and the capability to do both at the same time. Let me do motorcycles because I believe it's the larger market, and let me do motorcycles right and be an international player. Today in the 66 markets in which he's operating, 2/3 of those is either number 1 or number 2. So a clear example of choices. And if you look at the result, yes, he doesn't have the highest number, but he has the highest profit. Right? And I don't know about you, but for me, what I have in my bank is much more valuable than the numbers that I sell. So just to wrap it up, the world is getting increasingly complex, but we have dealt with this kind of complexity for a long time. We also know what needs to be done and how to address this complexity. There are these 6 levers. You cannot just pick one and hope you're going to win. You have to do a combination of all. If you look at Maruti Suzuki, they're coming with Nexa, they're coming with new designs. It's always a combination of these 6 factors that you need to optimize and drive. But the good thing over here is it really is not rocket science. It can be done. Right? You don't need a PhD in nuclear physics to sort of run this. The only thing is it's consistency and execution that are the key. So with that, if you have any questions, happy to talk to you later. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Wilfred. Thank you, Wilfred. So in fact, we now move on to the most important part of the day because of the reason, he's the person because of whom we are all gathered here today. But I would like one of my good friends again, Srivatsa, to come and introduce Professor Porter. He's been his student. He's known him for close to about 20 years, a little over 20 years. And that's where it is. Srivatsa, can you come up stage and do a quick introduction for Mike?
Thank you, Amit. Michael Porter is perhaps one of the few boundary spanners in this world. His influence extends across businesses, not-for-profits, and governments. There are very few presidents and leaders in the corporate world who haven't benefited from his immense thought leadership. I had the great privilege of learning and studying from him, and an interesting anecdote is to get into his course. First you have to get into Harvard Business School, for which you have to only clear the GMAT, which isn't very tough. To get into his course, there's another test, and his is the only course in Harvard where you take another test to enter his course. And people from across all the schools at Harvard University write that test to get into his course, and it is perhaps the most sought after course at Harvard. So that is something very unusual, and as the joke goes at Harvard, you have professors who come and sit in that course and learn how to teach the case method, learn how to teach like Michael Porter. 23 honorary doctorates. There are 24 university professors at Harvard, all of Harvard, and he is one of them. One of the highest, perhaps the highest honor the Harvard University bestows on everyone. He, at Princeton, was an all-American golfer and managed a rock band when he was doing his PhD at Harvard. He's a proud father to 2 daughters, one of whom works at the World Bank and is already creating waves there. I can only end by saying 2 things. One, for me, as a student, he's been a guru. Strategy is Porter, and Porter is strategy. And last but not the least, ladies and gentlemen, yesterday, Michael Porter turned 70. So we should all sing happy birthday and wish him the very, very best in life. Michael, all over to you. Thank you.
I think, Mike, over to you for your session on strategy, please. Thank you.
Well, my gosh. Well, first of all, I want to thank all of you for coming today and being part of this event. I have, of course, been very, very close to this Porter Prize over the last 5 years, and it's a real thrill for me, finally, to be able to actually be part of it. Actually, Amit for kind of his entrepreneurial zeal in making this happen. He's awesome. An amazing effort. I want to thank Srivatsa, my treasured student from HBS, who has been my lifeline to India for many years. But I also want to thank all of you for participating in this and using this prize and this occasion for learning, first of all, to raise the learning in the organization, but also to use it as a vehicle for your company to hopefully move forward. And this whole thing is just amazing to me that it happened. And I'm very proud that it happened here in India, and I'm very honored that so many of you have been involved over the years. So today, since I'm here, only let me have a little time today. So I could talk all day, no problem. In fact, I'd enjoy that. But today I'm going to have a chance to talk to you about really 3 different aspects of my work. Starting this morning with the very core, the very original work, which still continues on strategy. So we'll start with strategy. And then a little bit later in the day or midday, we'll talk about the relationship between strategy and society and how we're starting to understand how business can actually play a much more powerful role in shaping the society around us. Something that has been left to government and NGOs, I think we in business have to engage, because without us, without business, I think it's very hard for the other institutions to actually move an entire society along, like India. And this is a country, I think, that's ready for the business community to play a more fundamental, forceful, positive role in really driving the society. And so we'll talk about that. And then a little bit later in the day, related to the society issues, one of the most recent bodies of work that I have been involved in is called the Social Progress Index. And it's an effort to actually bring the same rigor to measuring and thinking about societal improvement as we've focused on economic improvement. As many of you know, I've been deeply involved in economic development for many, many years. I've worked with many countries. I'm very honored to have a chance tomorrow in Delhi to engage with your leaders about the strategy of this country. But I think what we've learned is that economic progress also requires social progress. But we haven't had the same measurement and rigor for thinking about social progress as we've had in the economic sphere. So about 3 or 4 years ago, I started an effort with Michael Green, who's here, a global effort to build really a benchmarking and measurement platform for how societies are improving or not improving. And we'll talk about that later today. Hopefully, some of these topics will kind of give us a very broad picture of some of the most important questions we all have to address as businesses, but also will give you a chance to get a flavor to some of my newer work. Today I work in many, many fields. Beyond strategy, I work in healthcare. So I've helped involved in healthcare system reform all across the world. I'd love to talk about that today, but we don't have time. Next time. I've done a lot of work on the new digital technologies that were talked about earlier that are changing competition. The Internet of Things, smart connected products, how products and competition are changing as a result of technology. That's a topic that we may want to discuss in the Q&A. I've written 3 or 4 papers on that. So my work has broadened since the last time I was here in India. It's been too long since I've been here, and I'm extremely excited to have a chance to actually experience this incredible country again. So with that introduction, let's start and talk about the subject that I think is my core subject. And I think the subject that remains really one of the areas that ultimately have the most impact on the success of a business. And that is having a clear strategy. And I think all of us would agree with that. But what I've found, and I continue to work with many companies around the world, hands-on, what I still see is, despite the fact that we all know that we need a strategy, despite the fact that we all understand, that word and how important it is, I think there's still a lot of learning necessary in most organizations. So hopefully this session will be an opportunity to give you kind of my latest perspective on how to think about strategy. You're going to see a lot of things that are familiar because I think some of the fundamental principles we introduced some years ago are stronger than ever. But we're also going to kind of, hopefully I'm going to get a chance to talk to you about some of the learning that comes from all this work in the field over so many years. It's kind of shocking to have a birthday like this, but I'm going to forget about that and focus on all the incredible amount of work that still needs to be done, and not get too comfortable with the past. So let's talk about strategy. I want everybody in this room to think about your company. And as we're talking, this is not a theory. This is about how to think about your own business and how you're developing, how you're thinking about it, the choices you're making, what choices you're making. So let's use this as a working session, and then over the course of the day we're going to hear from a number of other companies that are doing really interesting work. Hopefully we'll cumulatively, as a result of all of this, I think we'll all enrich our understanding of this very, very fundamental topic. Strategy. Now, What have we kind of learned about how to think about strategy? Well, I think what we've learned is that the instinct that most leaders have about success, and most people actually have about success, is dangerous, is potentially distracting. What I find is that when you ask a company what success looks like, the answer that I get a lot, is, well, I want to be the best company in my industry. I want to be the best bank. I want to be the best auto company. I want to be the best consumer packaged goods company in this category. I want to be the best. That's success. If I can be the best company in my industry, I will succeed. And that is a very natural human way to think. We all hope to be the best at what we do. But in business competition, and what we've come to understand is that's actually not the way to think about success. The reason is that there is no best company. So it's pretty dangerous to try to do something that's impossible. There is no best auto. There is no best insurance company. It all depends. It all depends. There is no best. There's no one way to compete. The biggest mistake in strategy is to think that there's only one way to compete. In every industry, there are different ways to compete, depending on what customer and customer needs you're actually trying to meet. So when you ask the question, what's the best car or the best car company, you can't answer that because being the best all depends on who you're trying to serve. If you're trying to serve young families, being the best is different than if you're trying to serve people like me. Serving people that want, luxury and performance, to be the best at that is very different than providing a very, very low-cost, efficient, electric vehicle. There is no best way to compete. There are lots of good ways to compete depending on who you're trying to serve. So the number one principle of strategy is don't think this way. Instead, what you want to think about is how can I, in my company, be unique? How can I create unique value for the set of customers I choose to serve? Strategy is fundamentally about choice. It's making a set of choices, and the most fundamental choice is who am I trying to serve? And one of the worst mistakes in strategy is to try to serve everybody. You can't meet the need of every customer. You just can't do it. It's impossible. I've seen hundreds of companies try. It's impossible. You can't meet all the needs of every customer. Fundamentally, if you have a strategy, you've got to decide which needs of which customers you're actually going to seek to meet. That you might be able to do if you're clear about where you're heading. Another tremendous mistake in strategy is to get into a competition with your competitors on the same thing. If your competitor is trying to be the lowest cost, it's pretty unusual to win if you then try to chase them and be low cost. The essence of strategy is to find a unique position in your business that delivers unique value to the customers you choose to serve. Sounds simple, but most companies don't do it. Most companies are confused. They lack clarity on what strategy is. And in many companies, there is a fundamental inability to make choices, which ultimately lead to lack of success. Now, again, in a country like India, where growth has been relatively rapid, you can ride the rising tide. and do okay. But I'm talking today about the companies that are going to be truly successful. Truly successful. Not the ones that are just bumping along with the market. To be truly successful, we really need a strategy, and that strategy isn't about just being the best. Now, you know, the word strategy gets used a lot, and I always try to help companies I work with and people I work with kind of have a clear understanding of what we mean by a strategy. Here it is. Strategy is a set of choices we make, long-term choices, to distinguish ourselves from competitors. That's what it's all about. It defines how we're going to compete differently, and it also really articulates the competitive advantages that we will seek to create and use in order to win. Okay? So at a very high level, this is how I would define strategy. Again, note the word long-term. Strategy is about long-term. It's not about tomorrow and the next day. It's about the long term, because strategy takes a long time to put in place and implement. Strategy is about distinguishing yourself, being different. If you're doing the same thing as your competitor, you don't have a strategy. You're just trying to do the same thing better. That's what we call operational excellence. We'll talk about that in a minute. Strategy is around choices. What choices you make versus the choices that your competitors are making. Strategy then is different than just we want to be number one or number two. That's not a strategy. Wanting to grow faster is not a strategy. Those are goals. Those are aspirations. The strategy is the unique position that allows you to get to whatever goal you set. We can't confuse the strategy and the goal. We can't mix them up. We have to separate the goal we're trying to achieve, and then the strategy is how we're going to get there. Strategy is not just one thing, one step. Strategy is not to go international. That's not a strategy. Raising R&D is not a strategy. Strategy is holistic. It's the whole set of choices that you make collectively in order to position the company for success over time in the marketplace. It's not one step. It's a set of steps. Strategy involves all the functions. It includes marketing, production, finance, everything together to create that unique positioning. That's what strategy is all about. And strategy isn't vague. It's not a mission. It's very specific, as we'll see. So here's where we start with a sort of, we all have to get grounded in a clear idea of what we actually mean by a strategy. And once we start there, then we can start doing the analysis and making the choices necessary to get there. Now, many of you are public companies, and here we have an additional issue that a lot of companies get confused about, and that is, if you're a public company, we have a stock price, and everybody looks at the stock price. And what we also have to understand, if we're going to set a good strategy, is actually the stock price is not the goal. The stock price is a result. The goal is superior economic performance. Strategy is about creating superior economic performance in terms of return on capital and in terms of growth. Not 1 year, but on a sustained basis. Okay? And what we know is that it's economic performance that really creates value. Price can go up or down depending on what happens in the world. That doesn't mean that value changed. The value is actually created by the economic performance. The ability to be profitable and earn a good return on capital and grow that business. What we've got to remember is when we set strategy, we have to focus on the economic performance part. We can't try to please the stock market. We can't try to figure out what today investors want. That's going to confuse us. It's going to pull us away from where we want to go. So I think, critical for strategy, particularly in public companies, is the idea that actually performance determines shareholder value, not the other way around. You'd be surprised. This sounds awfully simple. It's not. I work with hundreds of public company CEOs, and they get all confused about, well, what's the scorecard here? And the stock market is sort of a long-term, works pretty well as a scorecard. If you have good economic performance, eventually your stock price goes up. But in the short term, stock price is a lousy way of judging success. The markets can be way off. That's what we find in the studies on this question. So this is all about long-term sustained economic performance, and we have to have the courage to let the stock price take care of itself and not try to get crazy trying to please the analysts or deal with whatever criticism we're getting in the stock market. Now, when we think about strategy, again, another key principle, and then we're going to dig in a little bit, is strategy occurs at multiple levels in any company, in many companies, not every company. The core level of strategy is what we call business strategy. That's how to compete in each or in the distinct business in which you operate. So here, if you're in passenger cars, you'd have a strategy for passenger cars. That's business strategy. But in many companies, there's another level of strategy, which is what we call corporate strategy. And that has to do with the overall strategy of the diversified or multi-business company. We got a lot of conglomerates. I don't like the word conglomerate. Conglomerate is not a strategy. We got a lot of companies, though, that are more than one business. We got to have a strategy for each one of the businesses because that's in a different market, competing in a different way to serve different customers. But we also need to think about the overall strategy of the diversified group. And that is a very different animal. And there's a new set of principles or a different set of principles for thinking about that. Again, I find a lot of confusion. A lot of companies mix these up together. Corporate and business get mixed up. That's a mistake. We've got to keep these levels separately, and we'll talk about these briefly as we have time. Now let's talk about business unit strategy, and I'll go quite quickly because, again, I'm hopeful that most of you are pretty well grounded in the key ideas here. So what we understand is in a business, a particular business, the drivers of success and the key elements of strategy have to do with the industry itself, the business itself, and the position we choose to occupy in that business. Strategy is both together. Okay? What we understand is that industries are different in terms of the nature of competition. And we got to understand our industry. We got to understand how its competition is evolving, where it's heading, and what kind of competitive dynamics are we going to have to contend with. We've got to understand that business by business. And then, of course, we have to make those choices about where we're going to compete. But one of the things I find over and over again is often the health of your industry is just as important as how good a position you have. If you're in an industry that's in trouble, that's failing, you may have a great position, but that's not very valuable. So we got to learn to worry about our industry too. We have to help our industry thrive, not just focus only on our own position. Again, these are things that we've learned from many, many, many examples. In terms of industry analysis, hopefully everybody finds this familiar. After 20 or 25 years of work, we have overwhelming evidence that really industry competition is driven by these competitive forces that we introduced many years ago now. Those competitive forces collectively drive the fundamental attractiveness of the industry, the average profitability of the industry. Here's a simple example in the heavy truck industry in our country. Very difficult industry. If you look at this industry, you see a lot of competitive forces that are challenging. We have a lot of vicious competition on price among the truck manufacturers. We have some high regulatory standards which are pushing up their cost to meet those standards, but it's very hard to pass those costs on to the customer because the customer is consolidating into larger and larger fleets and leasing companies that have a lot of bargaining power in order to push down the price. So the combination of rising regulatory costs and a powerful customer is squeezing the truck manufacturers. We see that to make heavy trucks, you make some of the parts in-house. Some companies make more, some companies make less, but you're also having to source things like engines and drivetrain components, axles and things like that. And many of the suppliers of those components that you're buying have very strong brands. And in fact, the trucking company specifies the brand of the parts that they want on the truck. They want a Cummins engine, for example. So you're buying from suppliers who have a lot of clout because they have their own relationship with the end customer. So that squeezes the truck companies, the truck manufacturers in the middle. This is in North America primarily, but the same basic structure exists in many other parts of the world. It actually isn't that hard to enter the industry. Threat of entry and entry barriers are a key part of industry analysis. It's actually harder to get the dealer network than it is to actually get the parts and assemble the truck. And then, of course, trucks are always competing with substitutes. Substitutes, again, all of us hopefully understand what a substitute is. A substitute is a different way of meeting the need that's not the same as your product, but meets the same need that your product does. So if you're a truck manufacturer, the customer doesn't need a truck if they're going to use the railroad, or if they're going to use water transportation. So particularly, as railroads have been a real tough competitor for trucks over the years. Okay, so this is a classic example of industry analysis. It's something that is timeless. Always, every single time you think about strategy, you have to have a systematic, rigorous understanding of your industry and what are the competitive drivers. And how are they changing? Are they getting worse? Are they getting better? Where's the new competitive force coming from that you're going to have to deal with if you're going to win in that particular industry? Here's another example of an industry. Industrial gases. This industry makes oxygen, hydrogen, argon, all these industrial gases that are increasingly used in production processes in all kinds of other industries. And your first look at this industry says, oh my God, this is a pretty tough industry. Because I'm selling industrial gases that are commodities. Hydrogen is hydrogen. How could I ever make money just selling a commodity gas? Particularly when I'm selling to a lot of customers who often have bargaining power. They're big manufacturing companies. Industrial gases are made with feedstocks like petrochemicals, and I have no control over the price of the feedstock. So if the feedstock price goes up, I'm in trouble. If I'm selling a commodity gas, again, not so good element of the industry. It's not that hard to get in. I mean, lots of people can figure out how to make helium or hydrogen and have a little facility in the factory. And many of the customers decide, well, this is not something I want to buy. I want to make my own industrial gases in-house and make them right in my factory, right on the production line. Okay? So again, here's an industry. Your first look says, not so good. I don't want to play here. That's your first instinct. But again, what we learn about industry analysis is we've got to be sophisticated. We can't just take the superficial look at the industry. We've got to dig down a little bit. And if we dig down in this industry, what we learn is actually it's quite an exciting and interesting industry. In fact, the companies in this industry have done very well. And the reason is that if the superficial look doesn't really get at the true industry structure. So just an example is probably the most interesting thing about the industry is that the costs of transportation are very high. To move gas from your plant to your customer takes a big truck. It's very expensive to ship. It's got to be shipped under pressure, and you have to kind of have a big tanker truck, and it has to go to the customer site, and it has to unload the gas through, pumping it into the tank there. And transport cost means that in order to be efficient in this industry, you have to have density of customers. So if you have only one customer in Mumbai, and you have to drive all the way to Mumbai for one customer, and spend all that money to drive that truck full of helium here, and you get to offload a little bit for one customer, your costs are going to be very high. But if you come to Mumbai and you have 17 customers, and your truck goes from one to the next, and they're all close by, then actually that makes your business super efficient compared to the guy who's only going to deliver to one or two customers. Transportation costs take a very superficially lousy industry and make it into a very attractive industry. Because all of a sudden, if you have a dense group of customers in a given market, it's almost impossible for your competitor to attack you. It's just too expensive. They'll never be able to afford to win those customers. And it creates a lot of because you've got to build a customer base over a long period of time, and this is a very critical product for the manufacturing process. So you don't want to try some new company and not be sure that they'll show up. If they don't show up with your helium, you're in trouble in your plant. Okay? So again, I won't go through the details, but what I'm trying to get across here is that we all have to be really sophisticated at industry analysis in our businesses. We got to look below the surface. We can't just say, oh, this is a commodity, it's a lousy industry. It's a commodity, it's quite an attractive industry. Dig down, understand the real entry barriers, understand the real bargaining power of the customer and the supplier. And the people that could see this have built tremendous businesses in industry that nobody else wanted to go into. Which for the stock market thought this was a crummy industry for a long time. Boy, were they wrong. The investors that could understand how attractive this business was, boy, did they do well. Again, what we find in competition is that actually the concepts themselves are not that complicated, but actually applying them well is really hard. And that applies both to the companies but also to the investors that are trying to figure out whether a company is successful or will be successful. How do we achieve superior profitability in the industry? whatever the industry attractiveness looks like? Well, that has to do with the two fundamental types of competitive advantage. And this never changes and never will change. There's only two ways to get an advantage. One is to differentiate yourself, do something better. Customer will pay you more for it. Because you're delivering something the customer thinks is better. It could be design, it could be image, it could be functionality, it could be service, it could be almost anything. But, competitive advantage, number one, is differentiating and getting a higher price. And if you're differentiating, you better get a higher price. Because if you're not getting a higher price, then you have to, are we really differentiating? If nobody's willing to pay us extra, are we really better? And that's a kind of a tough, honest question we have to ask ourselves. The other kind of competitive advantage is lower cost. If we can actually do something cheaper and more efficiently, and that's not just luck. That's not just, we bought a lower cost parts this week. But if we can find a way of structurally being lower cost because we've redesigned the way we do things, that's the other kind of competitive advantage. And really the broadest thinking about strategy starts with, okay, which path are we on? Are we on a path to differentiate? Are we on a path to be the lowest cost? Those are both good paths, depending on the circumstances. But we got to usually decide which path we're going to be on, because if we're going to really differentiate and have better quality and better service and better educated sales force, it's going to be hard to at the same time be lower cost. That's what we've learned. So we've got to figure out what path we're on. And then we have to turn it into a strategy using the value chain. And again, I hope everybody here is familiar with that concept. It's quite embedded now in management thinking. The value chain says, for any business, there's a whole set of things that we have to do in order to conduct that business. Logistical things, operating things, which could be manufacturing, marketing, sales, service, supply chain, technology development. You see this, and this idea called the value chain is a way of mapping what operation in this industry looks like. And this slide is just an example in the telecom, in the mobile communication business. So a Sprint or an AT&T in our country, here's the value chain in that business. So you can see, if you go back, this is sort of a general set of titles, but this says, okay, now in mobile phones, we don't say we have to talk about device coverage. What set of mobile phone types do we support in our network? And then there's we got to have a network. We got to operate the network and make that network efficient, so you get the bars and you don't lose your service, and you can hear and so forth. And then we got to figure out how to price. Pricing is very complicated in mobile phones. All kinds of special deals, prepaid, postpaid. So there's a lot of choices and activity there. Bill processing. There's a lot of marketing, promotion, PR, after-sales support, and so forth. So every business has a value chain. Every one of your businesses has a value chain. And if you're going to be disciplined and rigorous about strategy, you've got to really lay out what that value chain is. Because strategy is fundamentally the set of choices you make across the value chain. So what kind of network am I going to operate? What's my pricing approach? How am I going to distinguish myself from a competitor? What tools am I going to use for marketing? Am I going to have a lot of physical locations and stores, or I'm going to use primarily advertising? What am I going to do to market my service versus the other guy, and so forth and so on? Strategy isn't sort of any esoteric thing. It's simply a set of choices about how we are going to operate the business. including choices about the technology we're going to sell, the function of our product, the features of our product, the technology of our product. A good strategy is one where there's clarity on the choices we're really making. And there's enough things that we're doing differently that we can get a competitive advantage. So let's talk a little bit more about that. The first kind of key idea here in going from kind of a value chain to strategy is the notion of operational effectiveness versus strategic position. This is an idea that I didn't have when I first published my first books in this field. I was thinking mostly about strategy, but I didn't really make the distinction that there's a lot that a company does that isn't strategy. There's a lot of best practice. If we're going to be in the auto industry, there's a lot of things we have to do just to be a good auto company. We have to buy the right kind of machines for our factory. We have to have, a decent dealer network. We have to, learn how to execute good advertising. There's a lot of best practice in every industry. And what we've learned is if you're not using best practice, you're going to lose, no matter what your strategy is. If you're not buying the latest manufacturing equipment, your competitors are going to win. You're going to give up too much cost and quality through that. So what we have to understand is in any company we have two jobs. One is we got to implement all the best practices that we can find. If we see somebody doing a better approach to customer care, we better look hard at that and make sure that we're at least at some, threshold level of best practice. That's operational effectiveness. But operational effectiveness is not strategy. Operational effectiveness is doing the same things as your competitor better and better and better. It's raising the bar on the same things as all your competitors are doing. Your competitors have a factory, they have machines. If you buy the newest machines first, then you'll have an advantage. You'll be operationally better than them until they buy the machines. But that's not strategy. Strategy is on top of operational effectiveness. You've got to sort of operate the business well, but on top of that, you have to have a strategy. And that strategy is building on the best practices, but then including the choices that are going to define your uniqueness in the business. Both of these things are important. If we're just sloppy and not enhancing our operational effectiveness, we're going to lose, no matter what strategy we have. But just being operationally effective is not going to get us to superior performance because all our competitors are going to be implementing the same best practices as we do. So if we really want to win, we've got to do both. And we've got to make sure that we're clear about what we're doing. And this is a very important distinction. The question I used to get all the time, 15 years ago, 10 years ago, can you be both low cost and differentiated at the same time? And the answer is usually you can't. But the cases that look like you're doing that are cases where the competitor has lousy operational effectiveness. Then you can be both low cost and differentiated. We can't just be trying to do the same thing as our competitors are trying to do. We have to be doing something unique, and that involves serving a different set of customers. We're going after the large industrials. Our competitors are going after the medium-sized, smaller companies. That's one part of the value proposition. What customers are we actually trying to serve? Again, so many companies, the customers they have, they sort of got by luck. But one of the most important ideas in strategy is you've got to choose your customers. You actually have to choose who you want your customers to be. And if you choose, I want all customers, I want to serve every single customer, that's usually not a good choice. Because customers have very different needs, particularly in a complex economy like this one. Another question you've got to ask is, of the customers I choose to serve, which of the needs that they have do I want to actually meet uniquely well? Again, a lot of companies just fall into the idea that anything the customer wants, I'm going to try to provide. But actually, most great strategies don't do that. Or at very least, they're very specific about which customer group, and then they say, okay, I'm going to go after this customer group, and I'm going to then really meet all their needs. But the idea that we just try to meet all the needs that anybody ever comes and asks us to meet, that's usually not a good strategy. And then we're going to have to make that choice about pricing. Are we going for a premium price? Are we trying just to match the other guy? Are we going to offer a discount because we think we're going to be more efficient and able to sustain that discount and still make good profits? This is a company that's on its way to India. I don't think it's actually opened yet. It's been struggling to get into India, like historically a number of companies have had to do. This is one of the most extraordinary companies in the world in the area of furnishings. IKEA, some people call it IKEA. It depends on, are you speaking more Scandinavian? Are you speaking more American? And this is a company that sells home furnishings. And this is kind of a great strategy example. Strategy starts with a unique value proposition. And what you see here is kind of a sort of simple description of what their value proposition is. Who are the customers that they really are seeking to serve? And what are they delivering those customers in terms of products to meet those needs? And where are they pricing? Okay, so I won't read this, but just take a quick look at that. Okay, and the interesting thing about this value proposition is nobody had ever seen this before, this company. Nobody had ever segmented customers in this way. Nobody had ever thought about customers with relatively small living spaces before. This was an innovation in thinking about segmentation. And a lot of great strategies involve this new way of looking at customers and segmenting customers, like these guys did. Also, this strategy was a real breakthrough in, kind of operations for a furniture company. And we'll talk about that in a minute. Here's another great strategy example. Remember I talked about heavy trucks earlier and how difficult an industry it was. The average profitability not so good. Well, here's the company in the industry that is the premium, superior, high profitability company. It's called PACCAR. It's quite a global company. And you sort of see what their value proposition was. So IKEA was about really low prices. This company is about a premium. We're going to get a premium, 10%, for our trucks. Because our trucks are not going to look like our competitors' trucks, we're going to have a strategy about customization, cost of operation, that will allow us to actually differentiate. But not for all. This is a wonderful strategy because this company figured out that the big customers in the industry weren't the customers that were the good customers for them. They actually figured out that the small customers, the people that owned one truck and drove that truck for their living, that was the really interesting customer in this industry. So they built a whole strategy around this narrow group of customers. About 25 to 30% of all the customers that buy trucks buy one or two trucks. And they often drive their own truck. Okay? Second test of a great strategy, again, think about your own company here. A distinctive value chain. If you don't operate the business differently, your value chain isn't going to be real. You've got to have a different operating model that aligns with your positioning. Okay? So if we take IKEA, and I won't go through this, if you look at how they operate their company compared to all the other companies in their industry, they do it differently. They have a different value chain. Their stores look different. Their customer service looks different. Their logistics looks different. And it's all aligned with that value proposition. Their breakthrough idea was that they wouldn't, they sell not fully assembled furniture, they assemble parts. They sell parts in a box. So when you go to IKEA, you walk out with a box in which there are the parts of the furniture you just bought. And you get the opportunity to actually take the furniture home yourself. You don't get somebody with a van, delivering, dropping off completed furniture at your house. IKEA understood that was good. A lot of customers like that. But the customers they wanted to serve, who was very price sensitive, they were willing to deliver themselves. They would deliver their own furniture. And by doing it that way, and by also having inbound logistics in not entire sofas, but the parts for a sofa in a box, they saved huge amounts of logistical costs. And they took that savings and they passed it on to the customer in terms of a much lower price. But the customer then had to put the furniture together themselves. I have a daughter, one of my daughters happens to love this company, and I had the privilege of helping her, renting a car when I visited her at college so that we could take the box home from IKEA. I went to IKEA many times. And then you have to take the box home, and then you have then you get to put it together. It's like somebody's birthday. You have to put together the birthday present, or Christmas. It's like putting together the toys. And that can be fun. I frankly found it very tedious. I didn't have a lot of fun doing it. But my daughter really liked this company. The value proposition worked for her. It didn't actually work for me. In fact, I pretty much hated every minute I was in that store. I didn't like the service. There is no service. They deliberately organize the store so you get lost. And you can't get out. When you're checking out, you have to go to these big, huge racks, and you have to pull down the box of what you're buying. And schlep the box, to the check-in counter, and then pay your bill. And then you have to take the box out and load it in your car, and then you have to drag the box up to the apartment of your daughter, in my case. And then you get to spend 30 or 40 minutes trying to figure out how to put the thing together. Not a good idea for me. My daughter loved it. It met her needs for reasonable price. They have very nicely designed products and style products, very Scandinavian, but they're very low cost. They're really high quality, really low cost. That worked for her. And this tells you something very important about strategy. And that is that one of the things a great strategy does is it doesn't please every customer. If you're trying to please every customer, you don't have a strategy. A good strategy makes some customers unhappy. If every customer is happy, you're in trouble. If every possible customer in the industry likes what you're doing, then the odds are that you'll never really be successful. Strategy is fundamentally about choosing who exactly you are trying to please, and then engineering a value chain in order to deliver on that. Here's PACCAR. Another critical part of a successful strategy is the concept of trade-offs. A trade-off is where, in order to deliver one benefit, you give up on another benefit. And that's what IKEA did. They to get that really low price of nicely styled furniture, and in order to do that, you had to go through an awkward experience in the store, you had to take the product home yourself, and you had to put it together yourself. And that was a trade-off that they were willing to make, because they understood that's what their customers really, that was the trade-off they wanted to make. Strategy's about choice. About choosing what you want to do. But one of the phrases that I said at some point, and I found has been very powerful, is the essence of strategy is what you choose not to do. It's the service you don't offer. It's the functions you don't provide. It's the benefit you don't offer. That's the essence of strategy. If you can be clear about that, that's a good sign that you can be clear about your overall strategy. Okay, so time is very short. But in terms of a successful strategy, we've got to connect the dots across the value chain. We've got to make sure the service connects with the way we market, connects with our kind of product value proposition. The pieces fit together across the value chain, and there's continuity. You can't be changing strategy all the time. It takes like 2-3 years to implement a strategy, because you got to get all those pieces aligned around what your ultimate position is, and continuity becomes crucial. Okay, again, you can look at some of these examples and talk about it even further. When we think about strategy, one of the things that I find very helpful to think about, and might be helpful for you, is what kind of competition are we creating in our industry? And the wrong answer is we're creating a zero-sum competition. We're all doing the same thing, beating each other up on price. That's not the competition we want. What we want to create is really more of a positive-sum competition where we all have a different strategy. We're all trying to do something a little bit different. We're serving different customers. We're trying to meet different needs. That's the kind of competition we want. That's the competition where actually the whole industry can be more attractive and competitors can do well. In terms of corporate strategy, again, I've already covered the idea that there's multiple levels. If you're in a very large group, there might be a third level. There might be groups of businesses clumped together because the whole company has so many businesses that to manage it, you've got to clump it into groups. So there might be a level of group strategy. What are the key questions of corporate level strategy? First of all, understanding what different businesses you're in becomes really critical. Because you need a strategy for each distinct business. And sometimes companies get confused. In fact, what I find is usually you think of your business too broadly. And you don't realize that actually the truck industry is not one industry. There's heavy trucks and light trucks, and those are totally different businesses. So, key question for corporate strategy is sorting out what the different businesses are. Do we have the right portfolio? Is each business attractive in and of itself? And then are we the best owner for the business? Does the business reinforce each other? Do we have synergy? Is there a logic for how the businesses fit together? And so on. Okay, these are the key questions of corporate level strategy. It's a different animal. It builds on business strategy, but it's different. Ultimately, in corporate strategy, we're trying to create synergies across businesses. If there's no synergies, we're probably better off, selling it. Because we're not going to be able to add any value. And this just talks about the kind of synergies that we might be pursuing, and we got to make sure they're real. We got to make sure they're actually meaningful. They're not just a little benefit, but they're a big deal. Here's the ultimate synergy company. Disney, that has many, many different businesses, but they're all united in a common positioning, basic value proposition. They're sharing lots of resources like characters and video properties and so forth, leveraging across all these businesses. And this company has been remarkably robust in a very unstable industry, where some years you make a good film, the next year you make a lousy film, people go up and down. But Disney has a real robust corporate strategy that's given them a lot of resilience over time. And then, I guess, let me finish up this section by talking about, well, what's our job as leaders in strategy? And what I found is that the head of a business unit, and the CEO of the overall corporation, ultimately, you have to be the chief strategist. The reason is that nobody else has the right perspective for strategy except the ultimate leader. Everybody down in the organization is thinking about their part of the company, their business, their function, the marketing department, the production department, the R&D. The only person that really has the true strategy perspective is the person that's actually running the overall business. So you've got to use your people to get information. You've got to make it a team process, but ultimately you have to decide. Strategy can't be a popularity contest where everybody gets a vote. Because essence of strategy is about choices. And we got to make one clear set of choices. We can't have sort of, oh, well, we'll do this, and we'll do this, and we'll do this, and we'll do this. Oh, yes, marketing, I know you want to do this. We'll do a little bit of that, too. You end up in, you're not going to do well. You're not going to have a strategy. You, as the CEO, got to make sure that you have a great strategy process. You got to make sure that, first of all, you got the right business units organized, and you got a great team working on a strategy for each of those business units. You got to make sure they're answering the right questions. You shouldn't ask the question of how much is the industry going to grow for the next 10 years and think that's the key question. That's one of other key questions every strategy has to address. The industry, where do we stand today? How would we benchmark our performance across the value chain? Who are our key competitors? How are they doing? Where do they stand? What do their value chains look like? There's a lot of key questions in a good strategy, and the only person who's going to make sure you have the right questions is you. Because you're the person that's actually in charge of pulling it together and making the choices at the end of the day. You got to make sure the right are involved in the strategy process. That's your job as a leader. And what we know is strategy has to be done collectively by the multifunctional team. We give strategy to each functional department and let them do the production strategy and the marketing strategy and the service strategy. That never works. We got to get those people together doing the strategy together, because all those pieces have to fit together. There's no such good marketing. There's only good marketing for a particular strategy. So we can't let the marketing guys go running off and do good marketing. We've got to put their role in the context of the overall positioning we're trying to achieve in the market. That's what great strategy is all about. And guess whose job it is to make sure that happens? You. The person who has the overall holistic perspective of the business. Your board of directors, we found, you need to let your board of directors see the strategy before they have to approve it. Board of directors want to participate in the process. Now, it's not their job to develop the strategy, but they're usually smart people, and it's very helpful to get their input. And then you can come back to them with what you want them to approve. And as long as they've been part of the process and felt like they got some ownership in the process, they're going to be really comfortable. But if you just show up one day and say, here's my strategy, everybody vote yes, then you're going to erode your capital with the board. And you're going to need the board to support you because every company has ups and downs. And you need the board to be there and understand where you're doing and how you're doing it, and so that when things go wrong, they don't panic. And if the stock price goes down, they don't freak out. A great strategy needs the commitment of the board, the awareness of the board, the understanding of the board, and so how to bring them into the process without them thinking they do it. That's your job as a leader. And depending on your company and how serious your issues are, you've got to calibrate how much you want to play directly in the process versus kind of sort of oversee the process, and that really depends on the situation. If you got a real turnaround, you're going to have to lead the whole process. If you've come in a really bad situation, you're just going to have to lead the whole thing. Don't delegate it to strategic planning. If you're in a pretty stable company and you got a good team, then your job is really to set the right process up and then check in and see how they're doing. One of the things we've learned, I've done a lot. I've trained now probably 350 of the top CEOs in the world. They come to Harvard for a boot camp. We call it the New CEO Workshop. And when a CEO gets appointed, we invite them, and we have about a dozen, 2 or 3 times a year, come together as a group, and we go through, okay, what do you have to do to be a successful CEO? And we know a lot about that. And we go through that process. And one of the things we do in that workshop is we talk a lot about why a great leader doesn't want to have to reject the work of his team or her team. And the worst thing you want to have to reject is the strategic plan. People do a lot of work. They think very hard. They get themselves all excited, and they come together with a great plan, and they're presented to you. The worst thing that you have to do is say no. Because if you reject that plan, first of all, it's a reflection that you created a lousy process. The wrong people, the wrong questions. It's also a sign that you didn't check in to see if they were moving in the right direction. You want to make sure that they're thinking the right way, they're on the right path. Encourage them to, don't do it for them, but check in. What you want to do in a strategy process is you want to be really happy and say, that's a great work, that's great work. And then you're going to motivate your team to really be responsible and to really move the business forward. But if you reject their strategy because you didn't really pay much attention to what they were doing and you're just having the meeting, at the end of 6 months, then what's going to happen? You're going to have to do it. Everyone of your team is always going to want you to approve anything before they do too much work on it. They're going to create dependence on you as the leader. So, as a leader, one of your most critical jobs is to essentially create the right processes to allow your team to succeed. And check in. so that if people get off on the wrong track that you're not comfortable with, you don't have to reject their work at the end. What you want to do as a CEO is you want to celebrate the work of your team. You want to celebrate the strategy that they've come up with, that you're comfortable with because you were there and you orchestrated the process and you checked in and you gave feedback and the group learned and here we are with something great. That's what strategic leadership is all about at your level. The people, most of you in this room, are at that level. Okay? So that is, I think, for me anyway, from doing this many, many times still every year, this is kind of the fundamental ideas that I think we all have to really understand and then turn into reality if we're going to have a great strategy. So, Amit, I guess we have some time for some Q&A. So let's open the up. But these slides we'll post. They'll be available to you. You can go into the details. There are many more that you can access through my websites and other materials. But ultimately, at the end of the day, there's nothing more important in building a really world-class company than getting this stuff right. So, Amit,
thank you, Professor Puri. So, very quickly, we'll move on to the next segment, wherein we'll have a fireside chat for about 15 minutes, wherein we'll have Mr. Sanjeev Puri. In fact, here is one gentleman who needs no introduction. He's the CEO for ITC, one of the finest enterprises in the country. Mr. Puri, can we have you on upstage for this quick interaction with Professor Porter? And after that, we'll open for Q&A with the audience as well. Professor Puri. There's something very wrong.
Just put it where you put it. This is perfect. Thank you. So what is he going to do?
So he's doing a Q&A. Okay. So just about 5-6 questions.
Hello, Michael.
Hello.
Hello. Jeez.
Thank you.
Thank you. So,
Mr. Puri, about 12 to 15 minutes, please.
Oh, okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed a privilege to have this conversation with you, Michael. And thank you for, I think, a very well-articulated session. I think the concept of strategy came out very clear. And I understand that you're here now after a gap of, here in India, after a gap of 14 years. So what are your first impressions coming to India? What changes do you see? And how excited are you about the future of India? What challenges do you think India faces? And I'm sure you've read that the government of India has taken a very aggressive transformation agenda to create economic empowerment for the people of the country. What kind of opportunities and challenges do you see for India in this journey?
Well, that's a big question, and when I'm in Delhi tomorrow, we will have an extended discussion of that. I'm not a deep expert on India. I have not done or led a major strategy project for the country, but I have a great team, and we have some perspectives on that. I think the country is in a very different place than it was 14 years ago, so that's good. I remember back then we were still obsessing about electricity. That was the issue that everybody wanted to talk about, and I'm sure there's still improvements that can be made, but I think the country's gotten on a pretty good path. The growth is quite robust and quite impressive. The growth rate difference with China is closing, and maybe will pass China. And I'm rooting for India. In fact, I'm really rooting for India. You have to win. We need this incredibly complicated democracy to win. I think there's a GDP per capita is growing quite robustly. It's quite impressive. And there's been many improvements, and I think and again, we'll talk extensively about this tomorrow. I think that many of the steps that the government is taking are really critical, crucial steps. That said, although the momentum now is there, I think the momentum is moving in the right direction. Building an economy this large and this complex and this spread out into really a world-class, highly competitive economy, moving from the 5,000 GDP per capita or 5 to 6 up to 10 or 15 or 20, which is what you aspire to, is an enormously complicated, multifaceted challenge. So there's a lot of work to be done, and we'll be talking about many of those key steps. The business environment in India is better, but it's still not good. You rank 130th on the World Bank's Doing Business report because there's just still too much complexity in doing business here. It's better, but we got a ways to go there. The infrastructure's better, but it's not good. And if we're going to be efficient and able to really compete in the global economy and even within India, we're going to have to make our infrastructure much more efficient here. I think this move towards a sort of harmonized tax system is a really phenomenally important step forward. We've got to create really one Indian economy where the states really, there's incredible trade and competition among the states. That's the magic of the United States, is that we have all these states, but the states are competing fiercely to improve their business environment, to attract companies to them, to raise the quality of their human resources. And I think in order to get that internal competition and differentiation across the Indian states, we're going to need to simplify a lot of rules, harmonize the taxes, open up the infrastructure so that it's much easier to move stuff around this country. I think the only way a big country can really be highly productive and highly successful is it's got to get broken down into a lot of smaller units where you have leaders that are focusing not on this whole incredible country, but this state or this metropolitan area, this city. And you need to differentiate across the country in economic policy. So, those are some highlights. This is a very long discussion that I think we probably can't have here, but I'm very, very excited to be here. I think I wish I would have come earlier, but I'm very happy I'm here right now. I think there's an opportunity that is extraordinary, and I think the momentum now is there. And the question is, how do we kind of keep pushing the reforms and keep building on the deficits that still exist and keep simplifying the game, the rules. That, I think, still is a big challenge, but I think this country is on its way. And hopefully we can all keep a unity and a sense of purpose and not get tangled up in internal divisions. We in the United States are facing a very bad time right now because we're fighting among ourselves. And we're not the kind of united American, country and citizens that we historically have been. We're in a very divisive period. As a result, we're not making progress. Politics has taken over, not progress. The Republicans try to stop the Democrats, and the Democrats try to stop the Republicans. It's not the Republicans and the Democrats trying to move the country forward. So we've got to make sure that we don't fall into the trap of divisiveness and fighting among ourselves. But I see some positive signs there as well. So again, my general feeling is excitement. It's a wonderful time for me to be here, and I'm really looking forward to meeting your leaders face to face and seeing what I think, and also hopefully helping if I can.
Great, thank you. So the good news is that a lot of what you're saying, we're actually seeing it play out in India. You spoke about the competitiveness amongst various states. Now that's a intervention that the government has made over the last 2-3 years, and that I think is doing very well to reform the administrative processes and the policy framework at the state level. So you have both the center and the state doing it, and infrastructure is clearly a focus. So I think it's good. So just touching upon a specific issue as far as India faces, and it's actually a global issue today. We have a lot of youth coming into the job market, and what we are experiencing is a jobless growth because of various factors, particularly technology, the impact of technology. And the marketplace is getting even more competitive. And every enterprise is saying that it must be extremely competitive to survive. And you spoke about the interlinkages between corporates, and you touched upon it. I know you have a session a little later, and society. And we in ITC, the company I represent, we call that responsible competitiveness. We have taken a view about 2 decades back to say that our performance metric is no more shareholder value, it's the triple bottom line. And every business unit is asked to report on that. But there is a challenge that I think enterprises face today in the area of dealing with the societal challenge of creating jobs and being competitive. So what kind of strategic options do you think enterprises have before them that can try and deal with both the challenges of competitiveness and also addressing this issue of the societal challenge of employment?
Yeah, well, I think you're absolutely right that India is, in a way, has a great strength because you've got demographic growth. You have a workforce that is continuing to grow. You've got young people. You've got capacity. A lot of other countries in the world are shrinking. And shrinking sounds nice for a while, but it's hard. And so Japan is really struggling, and parts of Europe are really struggling. The U.S., we still have demographic growth, which I think is one of our great strengths that hopefully we can take advantage of. But in India, the population growth is still high. It seems the rate of growth is slowing down, and that's a very positive sign, and that's a natural reflection of better education and better opportunity, and so hopefully that transformation will continue. But still, you got a lot of people that are going to need jobs, and there's a lot of concern right now in the world that there's just not going to be enough jobs. And most people think the issue is technology because you can automate more of work. You don't need as much manual work, and that's true. But I would tell you that, from my perspective, a country with a GDP per capita at your level, if you can double your GDP per capita, all of these 1.3 billion people in India, there's lots of needs that they have. There's lots of services that they need to be better. There's lots of goods, lots of better housing, lots of better healthcare, lots of better everything. So there's a tremendous needs in this country. So what you've got to do is you've got to get the ball rolling so that you can start to create the underpinnings of rising prosperity and more of those needs getting met. And right now, that engine is not cranking as fast as it could, but it will continue, I think, to hopefully progress. You are now growing. The economy is growing. But right now, the growth rate and the evolution of the economy is not spitting out quite enough jobs. But don't get caught into thinking that there's some kind of a fixed amount of demand in the world. And we're all doomed because there's only so much demand, and who's going to meet that demand is we're going to fight each other. There's a lot of needs in the world, And there's a lot of needs in India. I think your real growth is, much of it's going to be domestic. We've seen that in other large economies like this. There's just a tremendous opportunity to grow domestically. You drive outside down the street, right out here, and you can look out the window, and there's needs everywhere. And the first order is to create an economy and a set of companies that are efficient and effective to start meeting those needs, and that's going to take an enormous workforce. And much of the modern economy is services. And robots don't do services, or not very many of them. You need people to perform service functions. And so we can't get afraid of no jobs. We have to create, what the problem is, we've got to create the education, the skill in the workforce, to start that positive cycle of meeting new needs, meeting needs of more citizens. Therefore, we'll need more companies, more services, and more employment. We've got to start that cycle. And I think this country has a long way to go. And I think you should see, this is still a very emerging economy. And it's going to get much, much bigger. Much, much bigger. And again, unless the growth rate, if we can keep that growth rate moving in a good direction of stable, moderate growth of population, I think the opportunity to employ many, many, many more citizens is in front of us. But in order to do that, we got to get all the obstacles out of the way. We got to open up competition, strip away all the complexities of starting a business. I was doing a tour yesterday I won't go through the details of what I was touring, but what I was overwhelmed with in that tour was just how complicated everything is here. It's awesome. I couldn't even understand some of the complications. They were so complicated. And so look, we strip all that away, and we can start building little companies to meet the needs that are everywhere here. I think this country can grow for many years to come. So I think again, if we can just focus on that and also avoid divisiveness, avoid fighting among ourselves. Don't let politics defeat the country like it is in America. I think this country has a very bright future, and I think the government now is taking some fairly forceful actions that, at least I believe, are on the right track. So let's build that incredible economy with these incredibly talented people that we all know we can build here. That, I think, that's the way to deal with the employment problem.
So that's a very encouraging words, and I just like to add to that as an example from the enterprise I come from, on a strategic choice that our enterprise made. So one of the choices we made is that when we look at a business to fulfill our triple bottom line objectives, we will look at very clearly, and it's very important for an economy like India, we will look at inclusive growth. And I must see how the components of the entire value chain, which are outside my enterprise, actually benefit from the business I'm doing. And one of the examples is our paper business. In the mid-90s, the entire amount of pulp India did not have the technology to make pulp. We used to import pulp. And there were restrictions in the way you could grow forest. The regulations are very different. You corporates cannot get into that. So we pioneered this whole concept of agro and social forestry. And today we have about 600,000 acres, or about 250,000 hectares under that, creating about 110 million man-days of employment. Ultimately, the jobs are fewer in the mill than they are outside the mill. Mm-hmm. So how do you work with the entire community to improve their productivity and their earning power? And that itself, sets in place, like you said, a virtuous cycle, because they become consumers of other products and services and spur further economic growth. So I think this is just one example of how we can.
That's a great example, and it's a phenomenal path you've been on, and I would say there's lots of examples like that. There's a lot that we'll talk about this when we talk about shared value. There's a lot of what goes on outside of the company in the business environment that actually the company can influence in a very, very positive way to enhance the business, make it more efficient, make it more effective. But that creates that positive cycle with the community. And I think one of the problems we've had in the world for the last 4 or 5 years is that kind of positive cycle with the community has been slowing down. And the communities are getting anxious. And I think business historically has had too narrow a view of how to optimize its performance. And so we'll talk about that again. But I think what you're doing in forestry, you're creating a tremendous revolutionary change in these communities in which you're operating. And that's creating more opportunity for more products and more services and more jobs. And I think we have to understand that, again, if ever you get depressed about jobs, just think about how many needs there are to meet. And the answer is there's lots of needs, and there's global needs. And there's needs to meet in the United States of America that we're not meeting. So it's not the lack of demand. It's making ourselves efficient and effective and holistic and inclusive, as you say, in how we produce and sell goods and services in this world.
So thank you, Michael. I think this conversation is very interesting. And if time permitted, we could have gone on for longer. But I'm going to leave you with one question.
Yep.
And possibly you could address it in the session on shared value if you're not intending to already.
Yep.
Now, this whole issue about responsible competitiveness, or shared value as you call it, and there are, as you said, there are some fine examples around the world about such exemplary behavior.
Yep.
But I think given the enormity of the challenge that society faces, be it from a perspective of environmental degradation or creating jobs, I think this behavior has to be adopted much faster and by a lot more economic entities of the world.
Yep.
So how do you create markets that incentivize this kind of behavior and accelerate the pace? How do you get consumers? How do you get investors? How do you get policymakers? Or entire revolution that intensifies this behavior of creating shared value or responsible competitiveness, as we call it. This is a question I would like to leave with you.
Yeah. Well,
and leave it to you.
We'll definitely return to that question. I personally believe that what really changes the world to me, in my experience, is ideas. It's ways of understanding and thinking about things differently. And I think this is an area where I think if we can get the business community seeing the opportunity differently, we in business can change everything. And this is my dream, that actually business has not been using its full power as an institution in society, and we can get there. But this is a good question for the later session. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Michael.
Discussion.
Pleasure speaking to you.
That's great.
Good.
We'll quickly move on to the Q&A session with the audience. So if you have a question, we have time for about 4 or 5 questions. And I'll ask the people who are really not from the media. So Noor, step down. So you're not getting the opportunity. Yes, please, if you might want to ask. Vivek.
Hi. Thank you, Mike. It was a pleasure hearing you, and it was
Just
very
a
insightful.
question very quickly, no comments.
So, my name is Vivek. I run a B2B medical supplies business. I am founder and CEO of the business. My question is very simple. We talked about established businesses, established ecosystem of services, businesses, a lot of strategy around it. How do you build strategy for innovation? Something which is completely new. How do you build around that? That's very small question I have.
Well, I think, innovation is not something you think of separately. Again, it all starts with, what is the business? What is the product? What is the need that you're trying to meet? And then innovation is really all about the set of insights that are required to kind of meet a new need in a new way, or meet an old need in a better way. That's what innovation is all about. it's not about dreaming. It's about deep understanding of an unmet need or a better way of doing something, and it needs to be grounded in that area. There's a lot of literature and a lot of thinking about what are some of the things that help you innovate. What I've found is that innovation. If you look at the history of innovation, look at companies that innovate. I think about half the companies that really innovated were just lucky. I have hundreds of stories I could tell you about the reason that a company came up with an innovative new product was they had a particular customer and they were exposed to a particular problem and it was obvious what to do. But it was really being in the right place at the right time. They saw something that other people weren't seeing. A lot of innovation is just being observant, understanding the customers who are not being well served, understanding the flaws in the production process, that you have to find a better way of doing it. It's being observant and responding to that in an organized way. I think other innovations are created by new technology that can be deployed that we've never had before, and we're seeing a lot of that now in the digital space. There's a massive amount of business model innovation, product innovation, service innovation because of the power of these new smart products and kind of the digitalization of everything, the better information we have, the analytics we have. So I don't know, depending on your industry, I think probably everybody here in every industry needs to think about the digital opportunity. Because this is going to hit you someplace, in your value chain, in your product. That's an area where I think we all ought to be exploring, because there's probably new opportunities to do things better because of that major technological change, which I think is really very exciting and I think is going to be good for the planet, frankly. The other opportunity is going to be looking for those trouble spots in the existing business and trying to be the one who is attentive to what's not being done well, what's not going well, what's a pain, what are problems that your customers are having or your business is having, and sort of giving rise to innovation out of that. But innovation, there's no formula, because you got to think of something nobody ever thought before. And I think the most, the two keys are, first of all, understanding where those problems are that aren't solved. And then secondly, understanding those new technologies there are that haven't really been applied to what you do. Those are really the two fundamental roots of innovation that I found.
Somebody from the back there on that side, please. Yes. It's a very quick question. No introductions required. Can you please get the mic there very quickly?
I want to know, what is Toyota's strategy?
Sorry, what is what?
What is Toyota's strategy? I think, would you like to answer that?
Yeah, Toyota is an interesting company. I think first of all, Toyota has sort of multiple businesses. They have truck business, they have passenger car business, but actually I think it's useful in passenger cars to think that they have kind of a luxury business, which is the Lexus business, and then they have kind of their mainstream Toyota business. And I think that Toyota is a company that has, I think, really been fundamentally a company about providing very, very good quality, very, very, very efficiently. So I don't think they are typically the innovator in terms of new products and new ideas and new features. Others in the industry are more in that position. But I think Toyota's been really good, and this is because of the Toyota production system and lots of discipline they have about just doing things well and efficiently and effectively. They do good very, very efficiently. And I think therefore, I think they've been quite profitable because they've been able to achieve, they don't get the premium price, they're not higher than the BMWs. They get a good price, but they're really traditionally been very, very efficient. So that's kind of been their core positioning. They've also taught a lot of other companies, how to raise the bar on operational effectiveness. So, so that would be just some thoughts about Toyota. I haven't worked with Toyota, so I don't know them as well as I know some of the other players. But that's sort of my outsider's view of kind of how they would be positioned.
Any other question, please?
Here is the next question.
Sir, I think there's a process here. Please, we can't give the mic here. I want this gentleman to ask a question. But anyways, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. There is a report by Harvard Business Review that there is even amongst the best companies, there is a tremendous gap between strategy and execution. And that percentage was reported to be about 37% in the case of big companies. In India, I believe the gap may be even bigger. How do you address the execution gap once the strategy is in place?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, first of all, let's be clear that there's sort of two kinds of execution. I'm not a great fan of this execution stuff because I think it's not clear. So one part of execution is best practices. Okay? So say we operate a fleet of trucks and we're delivering stuff all over India. And what we know now is to operate a fleet of trucks well, you've got to use your digital communication. You've got to keep track of where those trucks are. You've got to know what the road conditions are. There's a whole set of best practices of running trucks well. And part of execution is just best practice. What do we know about, media buying? What do we know about running a supply chain? What do we know about efficient procurement? What do we know about speedy product development? There's just lots and lots of execution issues in every single part of the company. And what you've got to do is create a culture that the people that work in each part of the company are always looking out there for how do we do this better? And that's part of their job. And they just have to keep raising the bar on whatever it is they do. So that's an execution problem. That is the big execution problem. Then there's the question of, I wouldn't call it execution, I would say implementing a particular strategy. Again, what I've been talking about so far is really across the board. It's operational improvement. Every part of the business can always get better. Every single part. But implementing a strategy then requires making sure that you're aligning what's happening in production and what's happening in marketing and what's happening in the product development organization with your strategy. And I would call that more alignment than execution. Now it's all choice of words. You can use execution a lot, and the people that talk about execution, the trouble is they're not clear. There's too much simplistic stuff in management thinking. Buzzwords that don't mean anything, that don't have rigor, that don't have an underlying structure or framework or normative principle. And execution is, frankly, one of those. How do we get our business aligned with our strategy? If that's the question we want to ask ourselves, what we've got to make sure is that each of our groups within the company is actually charting a path that flows from the strategy. So if we're trying to be the lowest cost producer of steel, then we want every part of the company sort of thinking about, okay, what do I got to do in the mill or in our purchasing or in our logistics organization? What's my contribution to low-cost producer? And laying that out and then making sure that that happens and tracking that over time. an overall strategy gets split up into many, many different parts in each dimension of the business. And we need a process to make sure that that connection is clear. And so, when you're reviewing plans, you should be reviewing your strategic plan. You ought to have a strategic plan review. But then the operating reviews, marketing, procurement, supply chain, order processing, the functional reviews need to be reviews not just of best practice, but they need to be reviews of are we doing the things we need to do in our marketing in order to reinforce the strategy that we chose. And there's some really good work. My colleague Robert Kaplan at HBS, this balanced scorecard idea. There's a whole methodology for cascading the strategy into specific action agendas in each little unit of the company. That's the way you do that. And but again, let's not use the word execution. Let's use the word operational improvement. I think we all understand what that is. Every part of the company needs to be operationally improving all the time. And then let's use the word aligning the organization with the strategy. That's a different idea. They're mutually reinforcing. And I think when we think about it that way, it's not rocket science. It's just being a good leader and being organized and cascading your strategy down to the operating units.
Anybody has a question there?
Let me take this. This has got more to do with the IT and ITES today. We have implemented a lot of strategies with your 5-force model and also Kaplan's business scorecard, balance scorecard, and have been successful. My question to you is, today we are dealing with human capital management, basically human brains, basically human behavior. Is there any kind of a strategy that we can build around this, is my question to you.
Well, all through every organization, every part of it is human capital. I think that, one can think about human capital, in a variety of ways. I think human capital is a very vague idea. It's very easy to say, let's build our human capital. Well, what does that mean? And I think what we mean by human capital is there's some kind of a base level of skill and talent and education and knowledge that you need your people to have, and that's different in different parts of the company, okay? So that's kind of one part of human capital, raising the bar. And I think what companies are learning today is that actually we didn't invest enough, in many cases, in the skills of our people. This is the basic skills. And that, we could do a lot better job as a company. Our people had more intrinsic, better training, better education, more capability. And we're starting to see that, that issue is often a constraint in a company's. It's not that the people aren't people. They are humans and they are capital, but they don't have enough skill. Okay. And then there's another question that has to do with what exactly do you want those people to actually be doing? And that's that's the alignment question. And, if we're a company, like BMW, and we want our engineers to be highly focused on product performance, because the whole strategy of BMW is about, being that incredible high-performing machine. And hopefully a comfortable one, but really high-performing. So getting your engineers paying attention to what really matters for the company rather than just doing what engineers do, that's a different kind of human capital. And then I would say the third kind that I always think about is, how well can people collaborate? And do you have organizational capital where people can work together collaboratively and think highly of their colleagues and can get the best out of each other when they have to coordinate and work with each other? And that's kind of a different kind of a human capital. And so I think, and each of these you develop in a little bit different way. So I think, hopefully as we think about the human question in our company, we've got to sort of think about, well, what exactly is the human capital issue? And, how much progress are we making on those three dimensions? There may be more. I've never written anything about human capital, but at least for somebody who works in lots of companies, that's what I see, is those different dimensions of human capital, and we've got to be clear on what our problem is or what our opportunity is. And then we could go even further to talk about, okay, what are the cultural norms and values that we have created in the organization which are going to guide the way our people think? And you could argue that's another human capital issue. So, again, hopefully that gives you some ways of thinking about how to go forward in the area, but it's incredibly important because at the end of the day, unless the people in the organization are doing stuff well and doing the right thing, nothing happens. Strategy is just words. So we've got to go all the way from, first of all, keeping to raise the bar of everything we do all the time, but getting aligned with the strategy and then equipping ourselves to get it better and better and better and better. That's the job of leaders, is managing that complex, multidimensional set of things and success. And, setting the strategy and getting it right is only the start. In a way, the really hard work happens then. But if you don't have that strategy, then all the hard work doesn't get you anywhere. So, the reason that leadership and management is so important is that it encompasses so many dimensions. And, every one of you in this room that's a great leader, you're kind of grasping that, and you're constantly managing this multiplicative dimension of what you need to be moving the organization forward with all the time, every day. I think that leadership, and particularly leadership of a large, complex company, is just one of the great skills in the world. And it can have so much impact on so many people. And I think political leadership is that way as well. So, hopefully part of our job is to understand, the key concepts of business, but part of our job is to really keep enhancing our capacity as leaders to manage these multiple dimensions of what we ultimately need to do. And we've just had a fascinating opportunity to get to know leaders of hundreds and hundreds of the world's biggest companies over their careers. And I marvel at how hard this job is, but also I marvel at how much impact you can make on a lot of people, human beings that work for your company, much less, your shareholders and your investors and your employees. So that might be a good place to stop this session. Yeah, thank you.
So we have a great partner here in CII. Mr. Karke, if you would like to make a few comments, could you come on stage and make a few comments on Professor Porter's talk? And what is the learning for the enterprise?
I get to sit down.
Yes.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Professor Porter, Amit, ladies and gentlemen, that was indeed an enthralling talk. I was taking furious notes for each and everything which I was mentioning, and I'm sure I'm going to read it again and again to get more and more insights. Thank you. On behalf of CII, I would like to welcome you to India, and I do hope after today's interaction, it will encourage you to come here far more often, and we don't have to wait for another round of 14 years for you to come. Ladies and gentlemen, as we live in this world of contradictions. We have on the one hand huge technology changes and digitization, and which gives rise to a lot of interconnected world and globalization. India is pushing hard on this globalization, but in other parts of the world we are seeing some bit of headwind, we are seeing some bit of nuances in this whole path towards globalization. Despite that, we are pushing ahead with fairly bold reforms over the last many years. In fact, Professor Porter mentioned about a common market. From 1st July, we'll have a goods and services tax, Professor Porter, and that's the biggest piece of fiscal reforms ever in the last 60 years. So we are pushing ahead in India on the path of reforms, and I think that is something which is given from CII and from the business community here. We are really sure on pushing ahead in the globalized world. Moving ahead, Indian business people look forward to advise some guidance from people like Professor Porter to compete in this globalized world on a base of a very strong, robust Indian market. Thank you again on behalf of CII. Thank you again, Professor Porter, for coming to India and delivering a scintillating talk. We are looking forward to far more interactions in the future. Thank you.
We'll quickly move on to the next round. We have a panel discussion here coming up, which I'm presuming is going to be very, very exciting. In fact, that panel discussion is being moderated by a very good friend of mine, Anurag Batra. So Anurag, can we have you up on stage? Anurag, you have exactly 24 minutes for doing this interaction. Anurag, you have to be more attentive to things, yeah?
I had the good or bad fortune of going with the same class.
Been close friends for 20 years. He's going to moderate. He's the Business World chairman and he's also the editor with Business World, so I'm sure you know him. So we also have Mr. Mohit Malhotra from Godrej. We have Umesh Revankar. Umesh, where are we? I can't see you. Umesh, Kavinder Singh ji, please would you join us here? Mr. Rajesh Jajurikar, please. Himanshu, can you please join up on stage? And that's where it is.
Himanshu, good to see you. Good. At least I have 3 in 1. Hi. Good to meet you. Rajesh, good to see you again. Mr. Singh, good to see you. Of course.
But Anurag, 24 minutes.
24 minutes.
Like a canned program, you have to do that, like 24 minutes, right?
Good morning, it's morning still. We have a fantastic panel in the sense that we have various industries represented here. We have the real estate industry, which is in flux after RERA or even before RERA. We have the logistics and transportation industry, which is seeing a new spurt of growth. We have the farm equipment sector, which in some way mirrors the agriculture economy, which needs to grow better than it is right now. We have the industrial economy represented by Himanshu. And last but not the least, we have the services sector represented in some way by Kavinder. So we have a panel which in some way represents every part of our GDP. So I'm delighted to be speaking after my friend Ninad, who I met 20 years back. He's in my second job and used to be a client of mine. Also, this is a fantastic audience. We have promoters of businesses like Mr. Jindal here. We have Mr. Sarna, who manages Taj, Ninad, who runs Aptech, many other friends from the industry. The way we are going to do it is, Mr. Porter talked about strategy is what you don't do. And it is the trade-off between, in some way, operational efficiencies and the future. And that's my interpretation. I would like a quick comment starting from you, Mr. Revankar, on what are the strategic trade-offs that you are dealing with right now?
Basically, I would like to tell that we are in financial services, not exactly in logistics. So we lend to vehicles, basically owner-operator vehicles. Now the strategy, if you look at the way we have developed our business model, we have focused on financing individuals who are owner-operators. And past 40 years, we have been consistent with that. And people who are buying vehicle for the first time, we have been focusing. Now, if you look at the way the world is moving on, everybody feels that now individuals cannot own the vehicle because vehicles are becoming costlier and costlier. And now I heard Mr. Porter talking about Pakar is really charging 10% more on customized trucks. So I feel that every business has a particular opportunity to grow and build. And especially India being such a vast country gives a huge opportunity to build the business. And one thing what we have done very consistently is trying to have a strong culture in the organization. So a strong culture gives some kind of a certainty in how to deal with the uncertainty. So a strong culture, and also sticking on to your customer, not to changing your business model very often. When you stick on to your customer, when you get a lot of loyalty, and if you're able to grow the customer from a 2 lakh loan taker to, if he can grow to a 1 crore loan taker over the period by consistently growing in his business, and if you are able to match his expectation, then we are consistently with him. So being very consistent in what you provide as a value proposition for the customer, and also trying to retain company's culture, that gives you a lot of leeway in managing. And I feel India is a huge country and growing at 7 or 8%, or desirably at 10% we need. But we have a huge opportunity to grow and keep going without really trying to do something very different.
Thank you, Mr. Revankar. You're basically saying that consistency as a business partner and retaining the culture is your competitive advantage, so to say. That's what I hear. Coming to you, Mohit, real estate is a domain that is right now feeling the pressure. What is it that you've learned from your competition not to do? What's your strategy?
So basically, I'm the MD of Godrej Properties. We are in the business for last 30 years. The critical thing which we have, differentiated from our competition is the choice of model. So most people in real estate industry have been buying land and then developing on that. As an organization, we were very clear from day one that we want to enter into joint ventures. So that's a very, very different strategy. What happens in a joint venture model is that the capital deployment is much lesser compared to an outright purchase, because if you're buying land for 200 crores, in a JV you can do 7 to 8 projects with the same amount of capital. So that's one major differentiation which we have been working on, and it has really helped us during this downturn, because we have a diversified portfolio and the capital deployment has been much better from us. The second critical thing which we have learned is most people have tried to diversify into multiple cities in India. Real estate is a very local business, so there have been not too many success stories of pan-India real estate companies. So we have very consciously understood what are the various things which are required to be done to become pan-India player. So we are following a very differential model in our strategy of going pan-India. And I can say that, basis our strategy right now, we have focused on the top 4 metros. And we are running each of these businesses almost like a local business with some framework or risk management from the center. So we are trying to become the pan-India player, but with a very localized strategy.
Fantastic, Mohit. That was very well put. One is doing JV, so the risk of owning the land and not being able to service the interest, so capital costs being kept low, and judicious choice of geographies and focusing on the 4 cities. Of course, you're blessed with the Godrej brand, so that is another advantage which you naturally get. We'll come to that in a while. Rajesh, you come from the farm equipment sector. What are the trade-offs you're making as we speak?
So good morning, everyone, and it's good to be here with you. Thank you, Anurag, for having us on this panel. Well, there are three types of choices that we make, and I'm talking about our farm equipment strategy holistically. One is what type of customer to serve, and here I'm talking about land size holding globally. The second is which markets or countries in the world to participate in. And the third is which crop cycle or which part of the crop value chain should we participate in. So these are three kinds of choices that we make in our business. In the first one, we've kind of consciously decided that we will have a cutoff on land size holding which we will address. So there are, for example, in US, very, very large size farms, but we don't compete in that segment at all, and that's very conscious. We compete in the less than 100 horsepower segment right now, and we managed to get to a number 3 position there. So we are a very well recognized brand and known to be a specialist in a certain segment, so that's a very conscious choice. The second is a decision on which geographies, and then we've identified 10 to 15 countries, 10 as the priority over the next 3 years, where we would have an on-ground presence, which means we will invest like we do in India in building brand, channel, and production, product development capability on ground in those countries. So that's the second part of choice, which is where will we invest in and which markets will we treat as on-ground presence. The third is which part of the value chain, that's the crop value chain, we will focus on. And can't share all the choices, but one which is in the public domain is the rice value chain. And to enable us to become globally strong in the rice value chain, we've done the acquisition of Mitsubishi's agri-machinery business in Japan. And that kind of allows us to build a center of excellence for rice value chain, where we will do all the product capability building out of Japan to address various global markets, which was part of point 1 and point 2. So really it's about choosing and making choices and not trying to be everything to everyone.
Fantastic, Rajesh. Very well put, very well articulated. Himanshu, as I said, you play in the industrial economy. Your customers are hotels and so on and so forth. What are the trade-offs you're taking right now?
As rightly said, Anurag, Celia is in the business of primary packaging, food packaging, and the institutional hygiene. Now, these are three distinct businesses having a common thread as the economy moves across borders and there's a trade, movement of people and movement of goods and food across the world. They all tie in together. Let me take some examples of trade-offs from our diversity business, the diversity care, which we call the cleaning business. Now, when you say cleaning, somebody would say, okay, what do you clean? Oh, can you help me clean the roads? Wait, that's not my business. We are involved in internal cleaning. We are focused on cleaning and hygiene. One question I get very often is, how's the Swachh Bharat helping you grow? The Swachh Bharat is more about waste management, open defecation, which is not our space. Our space is to create public places more hygienic. Hotels, hospitals, increasing the food safety at the restaurants, improving the efficiency of large public spaces like airports. So we made a clear choice that we are not playing in external areas, we are playing in internal areas. One. Second, what distinguishes us? The chemistry is not a rocket science. What distinguishes us is our people and an attitude of finding that chemistry working for you. Chemistry in action, not just on paper and a proposal. So what we find stands us apart is an impeccable level of service we deliver, which is not only offer a solution, but also to say, this will work for you in this way and ensure its reliability.
Customize, localize.
Ensure its reliability. So it's a bit of a sharp distinction, but in an area where technology is not the biggest differentiator, your differentiator is the people who deliver that solution and who customize the solution to meet the specific needs of the customer.
Fantastic, Himanshu. Mr. Singh, you come from the experiential economy. Today, most of us are, seeking experiences. How has this kind of too many choices in the experiential economy impacted your strategic imperatives or trade-offs?
Our business is in leisure hospitality space, Mahindra Holidays. We are 20 years. The choices that we have made, particularly as far as our customers go, we are serving families who want to vacation regularly, and we are very clear that we are not in the business hotel segment. The key issues in hospitality industry are debt and occupancy. We have taken a conscious call that our business model, which is a vacation ownership model, both the OPEX and CAPEX is funded by the customer. It's a subscription-based model. So these are the trade-offs that we have made early on in our business. Our occupancies are upwards of 80%. So both on the customer side and on the business model side, these are the trade-offs we ended up making. And going forward, we are very clear that with the advent of these aggregate players like Airbnb or the others, we will be deepening our experience, and the experience that we deliver to our members at our resorts, the variety of experiences, and to each members of the family, experiences tailored for them. Because that is what will set us apart going forward.
Personalization. Are you saying personalization?
Yeah, personalizing the experience is anyway a part of the strategy, but what I meant was that family holidays for 3, 4, 5 days in our resorts. It's not like a business hotel.
But how does this mindset of moving from ownership to experience changes your business? How is it changing the fundamental basis of your business?
Yeah. So the fundamental of our business rests on the fact that people have paid upfront, and there is a subscription amount that we pay. So they obviously expect more when they walk into the resorts, our resorts, with their families. And what is critical for us to constantly refresh the experiences, not only for the adults but also for the kids, and therefore the resort becomes a destination. So for us, that's key, and that's what really sets us apart from players like Airbnb.
Now, one common question to the panelists is, and we can start with you, Rajesh, and then we can talk about strategy, and as Michael said, the CEO is the chief strategy officer. His or her job is to make sure that you stay true to that strategy, you refresh the strategy, and you make sure it's implemented downwards. There are regulatory changes. GST is one of them. Demonetization happened. Today, if I talk to a promoter, if I talk to a CEO, the single biggest thing on his or her mind is how to deal with a new environment. How to make sure that your compliances are in order. So how do you make sure in this new, evolving, compliance-led business mindset, you stay true to strategy? So are compliances in some way getting you to deviate from your strategy?
I'm not sure I have the question right, Anurag, so let me give it a shot and correct me if I haven't got all the elements of it. I'm kind of breaking your question into two parts. One is a concept which we've kind of been talking about quite a bit recently, called non-market strategy. And very often we spend a lot of our time on what's market strategy or business strategy. So that is defined to include customer, your vendors, your competitive environment, all of that. So we engage a lot of our time in that. But if you look at it as concentric circles, then just beyond that, you have government, NGOs, media, and various other stakeholders who are not within the realm of your normal business strategy. And increasingly, not just in India, but as we globalize and we're going to many parts of the world, we've just gone to Turkey, we realize that non-market strategy is going to be a very significant part of what we need to engage with as a part of our strategy process. And we are now all working to bring non-market strategy as an integral component of the overall strategy. Because unless we build a very strong non-market strategy connected with the overall business strategy, we're going to be missing many elements of the kind that you're talking. So I think that's one part of what you've said. The other, I'm I'm kind of taking the word out as compliance and statutory. That I'm
And
taking
let's
that
say GST to make it simpler.
Yeah, I'm not going to engage in GST impact on our tractor business if you're leading me there, but I think as a part of the Mahindra Group, we always are most committed to compliance and statutory compliance standards and the highest standards of corporate governance. So everything that we do, that's a kind of overriding value in the organization, and everyone in the organization works around that. From a GST kind of standpoint, it's a change event which I think businesses have been wanting for a very long period of time, and I think it's going to be a very good enabler to the future.
Mohit, continuing the same vein, RERA, how does that regulatory change the strategy, or it doesn't change your strategy?
Yeah, so it's a great question. See, any of these changes, whether it is on compliances, RERA, GST, are basically environmental changes which would either pose as an opportunity or a threat to a business. If I look at RERA specifically, it's been spoken a lot about. It's a major regulatory change which is happening in real estate industry, and for organized players like us, who are already engaging in extremely good ethical practices, this is an extremely welcome change. So the big change which we feel that would happen in real estate industry is a large scale consolidation of players because of RERA, because the compliances required for RERA are extremely tough. So that gives us a huge opportunity as an organization to scale up and pick up market leadership in the market. So for us, it's an extremely welcome change.
It's an opportunity.
It's a huge opportunity.
It aligns with what you've been doing in the past.
Absolutely, it's a huge opportunity.
Himanshu, again, you are part of a large MNC. For MNCs, certain ways of doing business are hygiene, being compliance neutral, so to say. Is hygiene. But has the environment in last 8 to 10 months in some way changed your strategy? Or impacted your strategy?
To me, I think environmental changes in a way test the robustness of your strategy.
Fantastic.
Is your strategy a function of, is your strategy built around arbitrage, which is to take an example between two market differentials and trying to take advantage of that, which can be one approach to doing business, but that cannot give you a sustainable competitive advantage in a business. So to me, like Mohit just said, RERA can be an opportunity for some and threat for some, depending upon how your business model was placed. Similarly, any change in the environment, whether it's a GST or the way we are being taxed or the cash handling and things like that, can be both a stressor or an opportunity. The way I see it is, your fundamental strategy, if it is robust enough, will not get altered in any way. It will only tune itself a little to that changed reality. Like for me, a change in GST or a tax regime doesn't change anything.
Fantastic.
To me, the demonetization did not change anything because we do not do any business.
So you're saying your strategy needs to be consistent,
yes,
and we are consistent. That's what I hear.
Yeah.
Mr. Revankar, would you like to respond to the fact that strategy needs to be consistent?
Yeah. One thing is strategy need to be consistent throughout to have a customer experience. We are being monitored by RBI because being financial services, and they are our regulators. And probably the kind of compliances what we have is much more strong, and we need to be compliant. See, from the borrowing side, from the investors who are investing in the money and the bankers who are providing us money, they are all well read, well educated, so they have total information, and compliance becomes easy when you deal with the borrowing money. But when you lend money, we lend to a lot of individuals, and there we need to give them all information in vernacular language, talk to them and service them as per the RBI's expectation. So that is a challenge, and these challenges like the demonetization, a lot of our collection used to be in cash. we used to collect more than 1,000 crores per month in cash from as a receivables from the individual operators. And we have to shift them. We have to educate them to move on to digital or check. It became a little challenge. But okay, now the cash is coming back and not much of issues are there. But there is another challenge of not receiving more than 2 lakh in a cash for us. So these are the compliances issues which we need to adjust our business. I think, I don't say business model, the way you conduct the business and educate the customer. So these are all the small things which we need to do. But being very consistent and communicating with the customer, we should address the issues.
Fantastic. By definition, strategy is long term. Of course, you can calibrate it to the environment. But Mr. Singh, I want to ask a question leading up to what Michael Porter said. He said strategy is about leadership. And if we had to say strategy is a synonym for leadership, what are the 2 or 3 lessons you can learn about leadership and strategy from, let's say, Donald Trump or Narendra Modi? You can take your pick.
Very interesting question. I would say that if I were to talk about the lessons that one has learned in the area of leadership and strategy.
Specifically from Modi or Trump?
Yeah, I'm coming to that. As far as Modi is concerned, I will come to Prime Minister Modi. I think he is consistent. Over the last 3 years, there is consistency in whatever he is doing. He certainly is reformist. He has shown that through the actions like demonetization, GST which is coming, and there are various other schemes that have been launched which is about whether it is Swachh Bharat, whether it is Make in India, whether it is Skilling India. There seems to be a drive to change things and status quo is being challenged. So to that extent, this is the fundamental of leadership, steering the nation towards a new India, which I think is the contours of which are now emerging. If I were to look at Trump, I think we don't understand him well enough, but
he doesn't understand himself well enough.
So that's okay. He seems to be inconsistent. That's something that is coming out clearly. And one thing that we may want to probably learn from him actually is that he's raising some fundamental issues which plague American society. Now,
so
how is he going to deal with that?
Let's say playing by new rules.
Yeah.
You know, I'm here. Himanshu, because we want to keep to the time. Leadership or strategy lessons from Modi or Trump?
Okay. I was just wondering whether you are going to pass this question around. And one simple lesson is do more, talk less. And I think that's a direct...
You're saying this to whom? Trump or Modi?
Trump.
Okay.
So I'm saying Modi is in direct contrast to Trump. Less conversation, more
absolutely fantastic.
Compared to a conversation, too much of a talk and controversies and less of the effort.
But Donald Trump said he'll come and do an immigration ban. He came and did it. He's actually following through on everything he said. So in some way he's implementing exactly what he said.
He appointed people and he sacked them a few days later. So let's...
Yeah. Rajesh?
I'm not going to repeat a lot of what Kavinder said, which I agree with. I'm talking about Prime Minister Modi, but I'm just going to add one facet, which I think is a very good leadership lesson, which is the Man Ki Baat that he does. And I think that's a very good way to connect and share his ideas directly with the very large mass of Indian population, where he is communicating. And I just want to build on that as a specific skill set which leaders should have, which is you may have a strategy, vision, and a lot of work going around to try to make it happen, but you still need to communicate very frequently and consistently with your team. So I just want to add that as a facet.
Both to internal and external stakeholders.
Yeah.
Mohit, this is the trick question I was telling you about.
For Mr. Modi, I think there are a couple of lessons which I look at him and learn. I think the number one thing is ability to energize. You know, when he came into as a prime minister, the country wasn't doing very well, but he could really create energy and bring out the positive mindset about reform. So I think that's a very good thing because the mind frame is very important. Second thing which Kavinder also spoke about is consistency. So he's been very consistently saying what, and he's been doing exactly what he's been saying. Third is about, and I think not a strategy point, but most important point is about executing. It's a very, very tough thing to execute in an organization, imagine executing at a pan-India level, and the recent reforms like GST, RERA, these are very, very tough reforms to execute. So I think huge learnings for all of us from Prime
You're
Minister
saying
Modi.
strategy needs to follow through with equal quality of execution. That's what we need to learn from Modi. Mr. Revankar?
Modi has been very consistent, even though in the first 1 year probably we were not very sure about what he's going to do. But most of the policies which we have been trying to form or reform over the last 10, 20 years, he is continuing. He is not trying to depart and trying to be something different. Maybe he's a true politician, because politicians are normally have consistency in what they say, because they have to go back to the people again. And maybe Trump is more of a businessman. He can change his decision as and when he wants. So
he's a pragmatist. He's a pragmatist. He said, he joked about Obama kind of bending to the Saudi king. He went and did that because he had to do a defense deal of a huge magnitude. So he's a pragmatist. A strategist needs to be a pragmatist. My last question, and we'll close that with, give us one leader or a book or both that you look up to for strategy. Can be any leader. One leader that you look up for strategy, or an organization, and give us a book that you would like to recommend to this audience. Yeah.
Sure. I look up to Jeff Bezos. The way he's driving Amazon, and the way he's taken Amazon not just being a e-tailer to Amazon Web Services and various other diversifications of Amazon, and he's fundamentally driven by customer experience. And that, to me, is something that we all should learn about in our own respective businesses.
Fantastic. Scale and consistency. We're just wrapping it up, Amit.
I would call Elon Musk a serious disruptor, looking way ahead of the times, in a different way. When the electric vehicles were really expensive and they didn't make any sense, he got into that. And today we are talking of them being phased out, the non-electric vehicles being phased out in 6 to 8 years, across the world.
Yeah, he knew Donald Trump would win, so he wanted a way to escape from US. That's what he's a futurist. Rajesh?
For me, it would be Indigo Airlines. I think they have followed all the right principles and building blocks of strategy. Very, very good choice making. They've stuck to their plot. Very clear positioning. And that's now allows them to get higher fares than even jet. So
fantastic.
So it's no longer a kind of low-cost airline tag which one may have started them off with. So I think very, very good strategy and execution building blocks. The book would be Third Machine Age.
What's the book?
The Third Machine Age.
And who's written it?
I don't remember right now.
The Third Machine Age.
Yeah,
Good.
but it's talking about the new world and how we are going through the Third Machine Age, and I think it's
fantastic.
Very interesting.
Mohit?
For me, it will be Steve Jobs from Apple, because the way he has disrupted various industries and actually ability to create a very scalable business by charging a huge premium, that's a huge inspiration for us.
Mr. Revankar, you have the last laugh.
I think I have to repeat Steve Jobs, mainly because he was very consistent in not trying to be like Microsoft or not trying to be like Sun or HP. He wanted to build a platform, and that platform he built so many products, whether it's iPod, iPhone, everything with consistent matching experience for the customer. So customer loyalty was so strong with him. Even today people stand in a queue to buy the first iPhone.
Fantastic. So he revolutionized the category through design and innovation, and it stayed true to that design and innovation thread. Thank you for being a great panelist. I hope you had real practical takeaways from this panel. Please give Rajesh, Mohit, Himanshu, Mr. Revankar and Mr. Singh a big round of applause. Thank you.
Can we just get the gifts for the speakers, please?
True luxury is in its details. It's built with time and care and an unparalleled vision. With years spent perfecting a craft, with decades spent acquiring a reputation, and with centuries spent building a culture. Luxury becomes real when it has a legacy, and the Taj is built on legacy. One that manifests itself in a feeling. One that has existed for over 100 years. A feeling enriched through care, warmth, and a strong sense of nobility. A feeling seeped in tradition, etiquette, and expertise. A feeling called Tajness. There's Tajness in everything we do. You'll see it in our welcomes and our farewells. You'll see it in our service and our sincere care. You'll see it in our customs and our rituals. You'll see it in our sense of place. Tajness is when you enjoy a cup of tea even more for the way it's poured.
Our strategy. Our strategy.
It's when you enjoy a cuisine not just for the way it tastes, but for the traditions it follows. It's when the days are beautiful, but you just can't wait for the sun to set. It's when you remember how a song made you feel, long after you've forgotten its tune. It's when you find yourself head over heels even before the day has begun. You'll feel it whether you're here for leisure or for business. You'll feel it in our luxury suites, our palace stays, our beach villas, and our jungle lodges. It's what stays with you long after you've checked out of our rooms. Tajness. You can feel it with your eyes closed.
Okay, so could we just have Mr. Sarna on stage for his quick keynote. In fact, I must personally thank Mr. Sarna for being a great supporter for this event. In fact, Taj is our partner as well for this event and making it possible for us to get Professor Porter here in India. So Mr. Sarna, thanks a lot for supporting us, and over to you for your keynote, please.
Thank you, Amit. 113 years ago, Jamshedji gifted this nation and the world of hotels this temple of hospitality. 113 years ago, he gave us a strategy. Harvard Business School only came into existence in 1908. We followed that strategy till today. That strategy guides us in the way we behave ourselves. That strategy guides us the way we grow. Many businesses have difficulties and turbulent times. 2.5 years ago, we were facing a balance sheet that looked rather tired. We were facing an army of human capital that felt rejected and ignored. And we were facing a development pipeline that did not have much oxygen in it. Today, it's a little bit better. It's a little bit better because the team that's sitting here today and the 25,000 people that are not here today remembered that they're privileged to be standing under the shadow of Jamshedji, and that gave us the inspiration and the energy to make big changes. And those big changes started with what he taught us 113 years ago: to care for our stakeholders. Today I've shared with you a snippet of what Tajness is, which is our overarching strategy. which led us to make a decision based on empirical data to go into a monobrand structure, because that's what we're good at. We should stick to what we're good at. That is what guided us to developing human capital based on a performance management system, but with affection and care. Every time we are lost, we think to ourselves, what would he have done? And he still provides us answers after having left us in 1904. I am not a Tata lifer or a Taj lifer, but I'm in awe of this person who till today guides us what our strategy should be. That single strategy has today informed the cornerstone of our overarching strategy, which is our brand promise, that we sincerely care for you. We sincerely care for you, our colleagues, our guests, our neighbors, our communities, our vendors, our shareholders. We have spent countless hours and we have failed so many times, but we finally have some answers on how does that come to life. When we say to a guest, we sincerely care for you, are we the only hotel company in the world that cares for its guests? I don't believe so. But as Professor Porter said, if you do it in a sustained manner, and you do it well every time, that begins to make a difference in your product versus your competitor. We in India are very fortunate to welcome formidable global brands. 5 years ago, India had less 4- and 5-star hotel rooms in Manhattan. Today, we're getting past that. We welcome these brands because they bring to India new technologies, new loyalty programs, new search engines, but more importantly, they bring credibility to this country. So Tajness is the overarching strategy for us, but I would like to take your indulgence in allowing me to say, let's take this Tajness not for the company, but for the country. We talk about being competitive. We talk about having a sustainable competitive advantage over other countries and societies and companies. I went to a community college. What do I know about strategy? But I do know one thing. If India wants to be a moral leader on the world stage, then it better do 2 basics right. And those are cleanliness. And the second is the self-esteem of our fellow nationals. October 2, 2014, Prime Minister Modi appealed to us to clean this country up. 2.5 years later, you be the judge of that. I am as much to blame as anybody else. What are we waiting for? 125 crores pair of hands are waiting for somebody else to come and clean this country. You go around the world, you talk about India, and the responses are amazing culture, exotic, wonderful people, colors, religions, festival, wow, wonderful food. And the ending always is, but it's so dirty. Breaks my heart. Who are we waiting for? We want to be competitive. Amit said to me, this session is about being competitive. Forget the companies being competitive. Let's make our country competitive. I was in Colombo last night. Spotless. Yes, we have many excuses. We have 125 crore people. They only have 2 crores. Oh, we have more pairs of hands. And the second thing is, and I beg you not to misunderstand me, I'm as guilty as the next person. I'm as confused, as lost, and failing many, many times in doing this. The second thing is the culture of servility in our country. We need to raise a self-esteem of our fellow Indians. We need to work on giving them a skill set. Tatas can only do so much. This is a large country. We talk about demographic dividend. But if that demographic dividend does not know how to read, write, and do arithmetic, or have a skill, then they will become a liability as opposed to being an asset. So who are we waiting for? The Prime Minister's office? The Minister of Labour? Or we? Of course we have to run profitable businesses. We can't hire 10,000 people if we only need 5,000. But maybe we can help the other 5,000 learn off the payroll on their time. Give them a skill. We collectively have to have the responsibility. We have to take a pledge to clean this country. I'm watching the clock a bit, relax. To clean this country and to educate. We are fortunate. We're born at the right time, maybe in the right family. There are many less fortunate than us. Nobody wants to wake up in the morning and say, I want to be a dishwasher. But that dishwasher is somebody's brother, husband, or father. We, ladies and gentlemen, do not allow frustrations and failures to stop us from achieving this goal. We must clean this great country of ours. We must equip our people with a skill. We must eradicate this cancer, the servility, the culture of servility that we have amongst us. Only then I believe we will be able to be competitive. That is my strategy for this country. Reminder again, I am no Michael Porter. He's a brand. I've never seen Mumbaikars fill a ballroom 20 minutes out of schedule this morning. They were there for you. Welcome again. I thank you for listening to me, and please know that I'm as frustrated and at a loss for solutions on how to do two so simple things. But if we can all come together, we may have a shot at it. Thank you for being in this temple of hospitality today.
Thank you, Mr. Sarna. I think this was one exceptional talk on the whole idea of cleanliness. In fact, I've had some long chats with one of my very close friends, Himanshu, wherein we're actually even thinking of doing something like a cleanliness index for cities, and we've been talking about it. And I think there is a very definitive correlation between competitiveness and cleanliness, and we can actually look at it over a period of time. So thanks a lot, Mr. Sarna. In fact, now I would like to invite one of my very close friends, but before that,
show me how to punch.
Show me. That's how you punch.
Show me how to punch.
Show me. That's how you punch.
Show me how to punch.
Show me.
Accountability from the powerful.
गायकवाड़ जी, आप शिवसेना के member of parliament, तो आप हाथ उठाएंगे?
बिल्कुल पैर गिरेंगे क्या? He says that Shiv Sena don't know this kind of law. Are you a party of goons?
Asking your direct question persistently.
Is that credible action that you are taking against terrorists if you are also somebody who is a victim of terror?
Pakistani legal system is such that till date they have not been able to nail one single person for an act of terror.
How many of these hospitals are virtually run by the ward boys and the matrons who charge anywhere between 20 rupees to 200 rupees?
Bringing the people's voice to the fore.
Bombay High Court lifted the ban that prevented women from entering inside the inner sanctorium of the Haji Ali Dargah.
We are asking people to stand up. We are asking men take the pledge, where instead of telling the woman to dress up decently, you tell the man to put blinkers if he can't control himself.
Give us the proof.
Times now. Action begins here.
Thank you. In fact, so I would like to invite a very close friend of mine, MK Anand, who is the Managing Director and CEO for Times Network. In fact, I must place it on record that this effort is a joint effort between Times Network and the Institute for Competitiveness. In fact, this wouldn't have been possible without MK's what I call far-sightedness in terms of understanding that there has to be something like thought leadership that should be run in the country. MK, my personal gratitude for being a big supporter, for really enabling this to happen and being a friend for the Institute for Competitiveness and being a most sound and a biggest pillar in really bringing this together. May I have MK on stage, please? MK.
Thanks, Amit. Thank you personally, and thank you to the Institute. We're very, very happy to be associated with Porter Prize. In fact, our association started with our being honored with the Porter Prize for creating distinctive value. And that's when we started looking at what you guys are doing, what kind of an effort is this, and we thought that it could be magnified and we could sort of work with this in a much deeper and longer capacity. It is indeed an honor. I also wanted to extend a warm and rather humid welcome to Professor Porter, to Bombay and India. In 2018, the Times brand and my company complete 180 years of staying alive and growing in this market. Competing is to stay alive. As a 180 years old veteran and a healthy young network that is as fighting fit as they come, I believe we have our own bit to contribute to this discourse on competitive strategy. To begin with, the Times brand does not focus on competition at all. I've been associated with the Times brand since 1990, now 27 years. I've worked with the print side, the digital side for some time, and with the television side. Something that I've found with this company is that there is very little talk of competition at all in our planning sessions. We do not focus on our competition. We focus entirely and completely on our consumer. We, Times Network, the broadcast part, we serve our English-speaking Indian TV audiences. Our audience is unique. Nowhere else in the world is the language of the elite and the language of the population so distinct as in India. I mean, that's the situation. Historically, I don't think there is any other population right now in the world where the elite speak and use a different language from the population. And that, fortunately or unfortunately, that's a quirk of history, and here we have it. I'm talking to you in the language, and you are listening to me in that language. And therein lies a unique opportunity. A market opportunity. Of course, that's the $1 billion plus advertising that we clock in every year through our newspapers and the healthy revenues the Times Network is making in the broadcasting. But that's not actually what goes into building our brands. It's not the market opportunity that keeps us pertinent and relevant for so many years. What we look at in the opportunity is the social opportunity, and that is why the Times of India and the Times Group resonates. Each of you carry a part of the Times of India inside you, and we as Indians have Times of India as a very, very important brand in our lives, through our lives. And that is really the social opportunity of English and the social opportunity that Times Group and the Times brand capitalizes on. By a simple language filter, we are able to collect the distilled and most important audience group of influencers of this country, the decision makers. Our audiences are leading India every day, continuously. They lead India in academia, they lead India in corporates, in bureaucracy, in politics, in media, in the world of glamour, and in the smallest unit in our middle class households or even low middle class households, the leader of the family, the head of the family, usually is English literate and consumes some bit of English. English audiences are constantly deciding. They are you. They are the so-called growth engine of India. And one of 2 English viewers is engaged by Times networks. There are about 21 crore people who are watching English television out of 130 crore Indians. The distribution by digital, which is happening in the last 6 or 7 years, has expanded the scope of television further and further. And with TV going into households, with more number of channels going into households, English is starting to become not just something that English households are using. It is non-English households are also looking at English television as their first entry into the world of English. They look at these channels to look and learn from what is happening across the globe. We, Times Network, lead in all genres of English media, newspapers, business media, general news, television, English movies, etc. And that's because we give audiences what they seek. No, that's not what we mean by is that it's not just English language media. What we mean by that is, what does the Indians at the top of the pyramid, what is he seeking? In reality, Indians like you, Indians like me, we are seeking validation for our need for speed. There is a mad need for speed. We have realized that we have been left behind. Countries close to us who were absolutely similar to us in the development stage in 1970s and 1980s have ran ahead. And today when we travel and come back, when we look at our country vis-a-vis countries in the neighborhood, countries which we believe should have not been anywhere, in the positions that they are, from our point of view, they have really, really gone ahead. And that's what is leading to this angst, which is mirrored in our channels. If you see, it's all the time angst. There's a lot of rabble-rousing. There is a lot of activism, and that raising voice is what is getting mirrored in our network. Indians at the top, as I said, seek validation for their need for speed. And we, the Times Network, give them a worldview packed with action of heroes and giant slayers. As a responsible and reputed brand, however, in doing this, we do not compromise on corporate, brand and business ethics. We make integrity the core of our business function, and that is mandatory. And that's being competitive in terms of running a business. Our methods, when we create this kind of content, when we put our distribution out there, are as pure as our intentions. When we know whom we are talking to, what their need gaps are, it becomes easy to serve them. When we launch channels, it is with the aim of addressing their current and stated and unstated needs and critical issues, not to become number one. That we believe is the wrong objective. And that builds pressure that makes people lose their sense of integrity and take shortcuts, which we believe is not the way. For lasting popularity, to be number one on a continuous basis for centuries and decades, we think integrity and values are the most important elements that need to be part of our competitive values. And that, we believe, is the highest reward of our competitive spirit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anand. Thanks a lot.
Sin City's where you go in with your eyes open. Or you don't come out at all.
Madame,
Okay, so we'll just quickly move forward. Now we go on to the next cohort of the program. We have a very interesting keynote that is coming up from Professor Porter. In fact, we have been talking about corporate social responsibility in India, but if there is one person who has actually done something on CSR plus, or where he's actually saying that there is something like creating value for society and how it can be done through his concept of creating shared value, then there is a man called Michael Porter for it. In fact, without further ado, Professor Porter, can we have you up on stage for sharing your thoughts on creating shared value? Professor Porter.
Okay, so thank you all the other speakers for very interesting thoughts and reflections and stories about your company. I hope all of us here are learning, at least I am, about kind of these wonderful examples that we have and the real live, on-the-ground work that's going on in India to start to, raise the strategic insight and focus in companies here, and it was very, very exciting for me to hear that. I've got a lot to learn about what you all are doing, and that's why coming every 14 years isn't quite enough. We need more HBS cases on you. We need more learning about what's happening here, and the transformation that I think is starting to warm up and take greater vigor and speed in this country. And so thank you for everybody that's participated in this session. What I want to talk about now is a body of work that builds on everything we talked about this morning on strategy, as we'll see. But it starts to take on another really fundamental issue for business and for societies, and that is what should be the role of business in society, in social issues, in social problems. And this issue is important everywhere in the world, I can tell you. But I think there's no place where it's more important than here. I mean, you drive around the streets here, and you see everywhere how important this issue is. A number of the speakers have talked about it. There's so much to be done here. There's so many societal needs. There's so many people that are not enjoying the fruits of the modern society and the opportunities we have today. It's everywhere. And what I found, I've known this for years, as I've met many of you around the world and at Harvard and elsewhere. I mean, most business people in India really have a social conscience, if you will, that's very well developed, because you've all grown up in the kind of society that India is, and with all the needs that are present here. And so I think all of you have a very strongly held understanding that this really matters. I mean, we in our country, sometimes people, don't even think about this stuff, but in India, you have to think about it. You see it every day. But the question that I've been fascinated by is, okay, what is our role in business to deal with social issues and social problems? Do we have an obligation? Do we have a responsibility? How could we be effective? I mean, traditionally, business did business, and social stuff was done by government and NGOs. That was the division of labor. That's traditionally the way thinking goes about dealing with social issues. That's not our job. In fact, a very famous economist, Milton Friedman, once said, the social responsibility of business is to maximize their profits. And business needs to stay out of this. It's somebody else's job. I personally concluded that, frankly, is, with all due respect to Milton Friedman, that's just wrong. Maximizing profits and thinking that that's separate from social impact is simply a misunderstanding of how the world works and how competition actually works. So what I'd like to do is just take a few minutes and talk about this body of work that I've been involved in now for probably 10 or 15 years. But the kind of big paper on this topic was published in 2011. And the paper was called Creating Shared Value. And the purpose of this body of work is to help all of us in business think about what our role is in society and how to play that role effectively, but how to see it differently than most companies had seen it. So let's talk about that over this session. And the reason I got interested in this topic was because I was seeing all over the world, including in America, this incredible set of challenges the world is facing. And again, you all know them very well. You've grown up with them. In the US, we're understanding them more recently because of the kind of society we've had and the prosperity we've had and the history we've had. But in America, we're understanding more and more. Look at all these challenges we have as a society. A lot of people without skill. I mean, not as many as here. But a lot of our citizens actually don't have enough skill to participate. They've got all kinds of issues of health and housing and homelessness and all kinds of things in America. And I think it kind of took a lot of us by surprise and a lot of business leaders by surprise to see that even in America, not just in an emerging economy like India, we have a lot of problems. And what we're finding is that the traditional institutions for dealing with those kind of problems are just not able to do it themselves. Government just can't take on all these problems and deal with them. There's not enough money. There's not enough tax revenue. There's not enough effective people working in government to be able to deliver all the services that are needed, And so what we've come to understand is government can't do it by itself. The NGO community, 25, 30, 40, 50 years ago, we didn't have NGOs. They were very rare. Now we have a whole huge industry of NGOs setting out to try to deal with important social problems. Some NGOs focus on water, some focus on women, some focus on, all kinds of things. There's lots of topics out there, and NGOs have grown up. This is a new institution in society that didn't used to exist in the scale that it exists today. And, there's more NGOs than ever. They're raising a lot of money, but they can't solve these problems either. They don't have enough resources. I was visiting some programs yesterday here in Bombay or Mumbai that were focused on children that had tremendous needs because of a variety of circumstances that they had found themselves in for no fault of their own. And there was and there were wonderful NGOs that were doing programs to serve these needs. One of them was a program to help educate and improve the circumstances of children that were children of migrant workers that were in this city because they were working on construction projects. And they couldn't go to school because they weren't from this state, so they didn't qualify for the school. So we have these kids, and they're here, and there was nobody to take care of them and make sure that they had nutrition, they were healthy, that they were starting to build some educational skills. And these NGOs have cropped up in India, lots of them, to deal with all these tremendous problems. And I was so inspired. by what the amazing people were doing that were running these programs. But at the same time I was so inspired, I was also sad. Because it was clear that the 30 kids or the 40 kids or the 50 kids that they were helping, that was a tiny drop in the bucket of how many kids needed help. There just wasn't enough money and wasn't enough people to deal with all these kids that needed help. And so NGOs are struggling. There's just not enough resources. I think what we're starting to understand is that government and NGOs can't do this alone. Business, us, we are the only institution in society that can actually create wealth. A business creates wealth when you develop a product or a service that meets a need, a human need, a societal need, a consumer need, and you figure out how to do that at a profit. When business does that, when business is able to make a profit meeting a need, which is what all of you do, wealth is created. Because if you can meet a need at a profit, you can reinvest, you can grow, you can meet more needs. You can hire more people. You can buy more products from suppliers. You can invest more in capital equipment. When business makes a profit meeting a need, it's a miracle. Out of nothing comes the jobs, comes the investment, comes everything that really builds a society. So that's what we do in business. We meet needs at a profit, and that we're unique because we're scalable. If we can meet needs at a profit for 25 people, we can meet needs for 25 million people. Okay, that's unique about business. It's not that way in government. Government can't create wealth. Government can tax us and use that money to perform public services, and that's a very important role, but it's different than us. NGOs need donations. They do great work, but they can't create wealth in order to sustain and scale their activities. Only we can do that. Only business. And businesses now are being looked at more and more to participate in society. And most of you are doing that. Maybe every single person in this room, I would guess, is doing that in some way. But what we're finding is businesses asked to do more and more and more and more. And we only have so much resource to devote to this the way we think about it today. So I have become really almost obsessed with this question of how can we, this unique institution called business, where we're really good at stuff, where we're good at being efficient, we're good at scaling, we're good at investing, we're good at a lot of critical things. How can we play in society? And so that's what I've been writing about and thinking about. When we published the article called Creating Shared Value, we decided that this wasn't going to just be an article. This was hopefully going to be something that was much broader than that. We created something called the Shared Value Initiative. If you go online, you can find it. There are now, many, many large multinational companies in the world that are supporting this sort of think tank and body of work on how to do this work called shared value, which I'll talk about in a minute. We've looked at, every big sectors. How do you do shared value in mining? How do you do it in insurance? How do you do it in banking? How do you do it in lots of other fields? So what I want to do today is give you a start at understanding this philosophy But what I really want is I want every single company in this room to rethink its role in society and rethink what you're doing. And not necessarily stop what you're doing today, but I think you can be much more powerful. I think you can have much more impact. I think actually business should be just as important in government as in transforming India. As we heard from some of the earlier speakers, that needs to happen. We got to do it. We can't just sit back and say, oh, government, you do it. Or here's a little money, NGO, you do it. We can't do that. It's too important. And that won't work. We need to think differently about what our job is. And that's the concept of creating shared value. Now, how have we in business engaged in society historically? Well, the initial effort was philanthropy. Most of you give money. Personally, you give money. Your companies give money. You give money to worthy causes. There's a lot of worthy causes in India. We give money. That's a good thing. Everybody in this room, keep giving money. I do. We all do. It's part of being a citizen. We contribute to society. We give money. We support things that need supporting. That's part of our role. But what we have learned is a couple of things. First of all, many companies don't do philanthropy well because they're unfocused. Too often our corporate philanthropy programs, we give a little bit of money to 100 different organizations, and for none of those organizations do we really move the needle. Our corporate philanthropy is much too fragmented. We need to focus. We need to find a few issues where we really want to put some resources and maybe even some volunteers from our management teams to go out and really make a difference on whatever issues we decide we really care about and we think we can move the needle. We got to keep doing philanthropy. We need to do it better. And I've actually written a whole paper on strategy for corporate philanthropy. And I brought a few copies I'll leave here for anybody that's interested. We can do philanthropy a lot better. I never thought I would be doing this field, but I work with a lot of corporate foundations these days and sort of guide them on how to think about this. But we can do it better. Keep doing it, though. Keep doing it. Over time, however, most companies in the world have realized we've got to go beyond just giving a little bit of money. We can't give huge amounts of money because we have shareholders and we got to report good results, So we can only give so much, but let's do it better. But we got to go beyond that. We got to have a bigger view of our role in society, and that's when the idea of corporate social responsibility came along. This has been multiple decades now. Most every major company has a corporate social responsibility program. A lot of companies have corporate social responsibility reports. I get these things. I get probably one every day. And you read these reports, and the company talks about all the things it's doing under the umbrella of social responsibility. And this slide talks about what some of that is all about. It's about compliance. It's about following the spirit and the rules of the law, meeting standards in the community. A lot of companies just don't, they're tone deaf. They don't understand the standards that communities have for them. And they get into trouble, and there's scandals. And people have ethical violations and corruption. And it casts stones on all of businesses when companies fail in that way. And so CSR is really a systematic way of raising the standard by which companies engage with the community and with society. Compliance, good citizenship, participation, involvement in the community. taking ownership of what's going on, in the communities in which we operate, in the neighborhoods where our facilities exist. Not just kind of staying inside our walls, but actually sort of reaching outside and being sensitive to what the needs are in the community and trying to be helpful. Sustainability is a big theme in corporate social responsibility. The idea that we shouldn't destroy the environment and the future in order to make more money today. And a lot of companies have raised the bar in terms of this whole idea. Recycling, a more sustainable view of environmental impacts. That a lot of companies are doing what they can do there. And that's been a big step forward. Corporate social responsibility is good. We need to do more of it. We need to be more disciplined about it. We need to be more systematic about it. There's a lot known now about how to do this well. But the problem is that this, as important as it is not going to move the needle either. Just like we don't have enough money to give enough to deal with the big problems, in India. Nor can corporate social responsibility alone really make a huge difference in, the biggest problems facing the country. We've got to keep doing it. It's important for our reputation. We have to build the reputation of business as caring, as engaged, as part of society. That's our job. And too many businesses are seen as a problem and causing problems in society rather than part of society. So we got to keep doing this. It's critical for our reputation. Our employees expect us to do this. The next generation of employees wants us to be part of society. They care. I can tell you, my daughters who are 20-somethings, they are completely focused on all the problems of society today that are going to affect them for their entire lives. They have a different view. They don't want to work for a company that doesn't care about this stuff. If we want the best people to want to work with us, if we want to motivate our employees to be part of our company, we're going to need to take this on as well. Okay? So we got to keep doing this. We got to do it better. But this is not enough either. This isn't going to change India. Just like philanthropy from us is not going to change India. We just don't have enough money. That leads us to looking for, okay, if business wanted to fundamentally change India, from a societal standpoint, how would we think about that? And that's where we came to this idea of creating shared value. These things, philanthropy and CSR, are about things businesses need to do on the side. Okay? Creating shared value is what business needs to do as a business. And what we've come to understand is that actually every single business has the opportunity to actually touch and influence major societal issues. They're going to be different in every company. An insurance company is going to have different opportunities than a manufacturing company, is going to have different opportunities than a healthcare company, is going to have different opportunities than a retailer. Every business touches societal problems and needs in a different way. But creating shared value says wherever we touch society, wherever it touches us as a business, we have an opportunity to not just give money, to not just have a good compliance program, on CSR, but actually to use the business itself to actually impact a social problem. And what we find is that very often that's not charity. It's actually great for the business. It's actually great for the business. In fact, what we're finding is some of the best ideas and opportunities for improving corporate performance and creating unique new strategies come from this. From having a broader view of strategy that includes influencing and impacting societal issues and problems. That's what we call creating shared value. Why is creating shared value so important? You know, you take a company like Nestle. You know, Nestle, you know Nestle well, and Nestle's been in India for a long time. They're very famous here for the so-called milk districts. And the milk districts have to do with working in a community and working very closely with all the dairy farmers, people that have cows, milk cows, and sort of organizing this whole milk district, working with them to improve the health of their animals, working with them to minimize the environmental impact of the cows, you know, on the, you know, through the manure and all that can, you know, pollute, okay? And Nestle's kind of built this whole relationship with these milk producers in India and many other parts of the world. And the net result of that is they have much more efficient supply chain. They have much better quality of the product. They have a consistency of output of raw material. And, you know, milk is a huge input to virtually every single product they have. So actually, the milk district is first and foremost a way for Nestle to run its business a lot better. And they have a tremendous boost in efficiency and profitability because they do it that way, rather than just waiting for whoever shows up with milk. Taking an active role in working with all those dairy farmers in a community. That is shared value. Because that milk district is transformative for the community. The incomes of the farmers go up. The quality of the environment in that region or in that village or in that area goes up. You know, housing and infrastructure improve. And so the business, in its own self-interest, is taking a broader view, in this case, of its supply chain. And the net result is the company wins, but the community wins. That's shared value. It's using a business model to affect society, not a charity model, not a PR, CSR model. Okay? That's the concept of shared value. What we're finding is that there's no conflict between business and society. There's at some level a fundamental synergy. Having less impact on the environment actually makes the business more efficient. Uses resources better. Reducing, you know, carbon emissions makes the company more efficient because carbon emissions come from wasting energy. What we're finding is more and more issues. Taking on as a company a skill development program so you can hire the people you really want to hire. That's not a cost for the business. That actually improves the profitability and sustainability and retention of the business and the employee retention of the business. That's shared value. On issue after issue after issue, wherever we touch society, we're now learning that if we approach that from a shared value perspective, it's actually great for the community, but it's great for the company. Now, we've had phrases in the past like triple bottom line and so forth. And those were wonderful dreams, but we had no playbook. It was just happy talk. Now, I think we have the playbook. We know how business impacts on social issues can actually make our company better and make our community better. And where we make our community better, that also makes the company better because we have more consumers. And we have better employees. We have all the things we need to get better. That's shared value. Social needs represent the largest unmet needs in the world. Health, decent housing, etc., etc., etc. If we want to grow, if we want our markets to expand, we've got to take on the biggest needs. We can't just serve the customers we've always served with the stuff we've always provided them. Where we have social deficits or environmental impacts, it doesn't just create costs for the society, it actually creates costs for us. If we waste packaging, we're wasting money. It's not just the packaging, it's not just the sustainability of the packaging, it's actually our money. We're learning this over and over again now. Business didn't understand this. We thought somehow the social stuff was for somebody else. We didn't have to worry about that. The more we learn, the more we find that if we actually worry about it, it makes us better. And by the way, it creates this positive reinforcement between business and society. We need a positive reinforcement rather than just sort of a neutrality. You know, CSR is fundamentally about doing no harm on society. But shared value is about creating value in society, but also creating value for the business. But it's not simple because every company is different. Every value chain is different. Every product is different. This has to become part of strategy. See, this isn't soft stuff. This stuff is core to strategy in the year 2017. And it's going to get more core over time. What we're seeing is that there's a new kind of relationship for where markets work and where markets fail. Economists, of which I am one, have taught us that markets fail a lot. What we've learned over the last 20 or 30 years is markets actually fail a lot less than we think. It was the ideas that were wrong. It was not the market would work. Markets really work well for reducing pollution. Whereas the traditional economic thinking is, there's externalities, companies will pollute, you have to viciously regulate them. Right now we're finding that companies are regulating themselves on pollution because pollution is waste. It's poor technology. It's excessive cost that is unnecessary. And if we eliminate that, we make our business better. We don't need a regulation. We should regulate ourselves. We're breaking down a lot of the traditional thinking about the relationship between business and government, social and business, around the concept of shared value. Now, I just want to take a few more minutes and say, in terms of creating shared value, there are really three big opportunities. One, your product, the customers you choose to serve. Your product can be an instrument for dealing with a societal or social problem. And you can find those customers who now are unserved or underserved and find a way to reach them and expand your market. We're seeing that over and over again. That's number one. Number two is the value chain. We're rethinking the value chain. How we do logistics, how we do packaging, how we think about emissions, how we think about dealing with our employees. We're rethinking the value chain with a shared value perspective. And what we're finding is that companies that actually think about the local environment supporting their business, the ecosystem, whatever you want to call it, are becoming more efficient and more effective. So that's not just the role of government to worry about that. It's our role to worry about that. This presentation, I'll just give you a few examples. I mean, this company's had more impact on water than any NGO. Than any NGO in the world. A company, one company. Because it's got a shared value model. Its business is to save water, to use water effectively, and to help farmers use water more effectively. The most water in the world is wasted in agriculture. And this is a company that's actually solving that problem. And it's scaling and scaling and scaling. And the NGOs are just begging for money to try to do a little bit more for these few people. Okay? This is business's power. This is just one example. You all know this company. In terms of the value chain, again, these slides will be posted. Please look at them. But there's all kinds of new thinking about how to do the value chain better. Resource efficiency, better training, better recruiting, minimizing unnecessary logistics, and so on and so on. You know, here's another one of these great Indian organizations that's reimagined how to provide care for cataracts, is the most famous medical problem, which have dramatically reduced the cost and substantially improved the quality of the outcomes that the patients are getting. And they also have kind of added a little bit of a sort of philanthropy model in the middle of their shared value strategy to actually be able to provide free care to quite a few people that need this service in India. And, you know, again, the impact that this company has had on cataracts in this country is epically bigger than government's impact. And the government can't do this. An NGO on cataracts can't do this. Only a business can do this. But they've got to build it into their business model and use the skills and efficiency of business and the innovation ability of business to actually address in a fundamental way some of these critical problems. In this case, a health problem that a lot of Indians have. That's shared value. You know, and here's a little example of a Japanese tea company. It's not such a little company. It's the largest tea producer in the world of green tea. And, you know, they were facing problems with supply of tea leaves, and if they can't get tea leaves, they're out of business. So instead of just saying, oh, government, you worry about this, they said, okay, let's think about it. What can we do? And it turns out they can do a lot to kind of regenerate the agricultural sector in Japan and get some young people into agriculture and equip them with skill and financing and guaranteed purchase contracts, which really created a really big improvement in both productivity but also in the health of the agricultural community around them that they depended on. This was not charity. If they would have not done this, they would have gone out of business. It's not charity. It's a new way of thinking about business. And that's shared value. We have an opportunity in business to turn the tide on many of these societal issues. But we got to put them in, we got to see them differently. It's just some pictures. Here's another company here that's, you know, tackling some really important questions in building the ecosystem around their business, creating shared value. Shared value is part of strategy. You've got to figure out where you're going to play in shared value. You've got to figure out what societal issues you really must address for purposes of your business as well as the community. This is Nestle's choices. Shared value is a journey. a company called Walmart that you've all heard of and that has presence here. This company was the pariah of U.S. business. Everybody hated Walmart. Everybody thought Walmart was exploiting its employees and ruining the businesses in the communities in which it was operating. And for many years, Walmart just stepped back and said, my God, we're creating all these jobs. We're providing low-cost products to people. We're doing everything a business should do. There's nothing wrong with us. But they still got criticized and they had lost opportunities to engage better with society, which actually turned out to create tremendous business opportunities. So, these are some of the things Walmart is doing. They've really started over the last 4 or 5 years. And their business is thriving because they've woken up to the opportunities they have to engage on societal issues like health, like financial services, like local sourcing, like energy costs, like logistical costs, water, packaging. All these things have created billions and billions of dollars of cost savings for Walmart. And their management team says, oh my God, how did we miss this? We saved $10 billion last year in energy costs. How did we miss this? We were in a bubble. We didn't understand that these connections with issues that are societally important are really important for our business. We were in a bubble, a business bubble. And, I think Walmart has a real shot of giving Amazon the fight of its life. Now that Walmart has integrated digital and physical retailing. So that'll be fun. I think it's time for Walmart to get for Amazon to get some real competition. Then we'll see how good they really are. And I think Walmart and a few other of the best retailers are starting to put the digital and the physical together, which is better than either or. Okay? I'm very, very proud that 2.5 years ago, we talked the editor of Fortune magazine, Alan Murray, who is a very old friend of mine. We persuaded Fortune magazine that they needed a new list. That the Fortune 500 was great, but that was old. And that ranked companies based on revenue. How big are you? And of course, we business people, we love to have more revenue. So it's not that it was a bad list, but it wasn't capturing what both Alan and I believe is the most important thing now happening in business. And that is creating shared value. So you see this list. Every year, 50 companies are chosen. You can't be on this list every year. Unless you do something new and different, then you can get back on it. These companies all are billion-dollar minimum companies, so this is substantial companies that have demonstrable impact on a major social issue, or 2 or 3. And that impact is having a substantial impact on their business at scale. We've had some Indian companies on this list. Jain Irrigation was on the first year. There's been a few others. But, given your environment here in India, given the circumstances in India, given the massive numbers of things that need to get better in the society, in the community, among people, among all these issues that we've talked about this morning, Indian companies should dominate this list. So that's my charge to everybody sitting in this room. Let's not wait for government. Let's understand that these societal needs that we live in the middle of are, in many ways, our greatest business opportunities. If we can learn to deal with those things here, it's going to help us compete globally. Because some of these same problems we have in India exist everywhere. Let's Start down a different path. I got to say this, and I'll get in trouble, but I'm going to say it anyway. The 2% rule isn't the right approach. The idea that we should be thinking about business's role as doling out 2% of our revenue, I won't call that a dinosauric way of thinking, but it's backward. We've got to find a way to get our thinking beyond just giving. We've got to get our thinking towards engaging as a business. And just one more sentence, and then we'll open it up. Businesses acting as businesses, not as charitable givers, are arguably the most powerful force for addressing many of today's most pressing issues. Here's our opportunity. Wouldn't it be amazing if 10 years from now or 5 years from now, we look back and we saw that the turning point for this country maybe got started by, Prime Minister Modi and our government leaders. But the real turning point was what you guys did, what the business community did, what you took on, how you changed your mindset, how you became really a world leader in creating shared value. That's not just a dream. That can really happen. But it's all about ideas. It's all about how you think about it. It's all about how you define your role. It's all about how you approach the social issues around you. Hopefully, this is a beginning to think about that. Okay? So let's open it up for discussion.
Thank you, Professor Porter. Now, can we just get into a quick Q&A with Wilfred Alber? Wilfred, can you come on stage fairly quickly?
Everything is fairly quickly today.
Yes, it has to be. You have exactly 10 minutes. No more than 10 minutes. No, we're just putting the chairs. Please get the chairs.
Okay, we're trying to put the chairs. Good, perfect.
Yes, that's how it is. So we have time for one question from the audience in between. So yes, Himanshu, if you have a question, please.
I can speak without the mic. Professor Porter, one thing I observed is the list of 50 these companies which are doing well by doing good. I did not see any of the sugar companies or large dairy cooperatives like Frislin Campina or Arla Dairies. Is there a reason? Are we missing something there? Because they have a supply chain very well integrated with their business model.
Yeah. Well, again, there could be, there's a lot more companies that are doing good things than are on that list. And it'll take multiple years to see more of those companies be on the list. I think Danone was on the list. If it isn't on this one, I can't remember. Because Danone has gone through a real corporate transformation around shared value thinking and reshuffling their corporate portfolio and really working hard to engage more and more with its supply chain. We've got some companies that are in a very awkward position. Their supply chain creates shared value, but their product may not. Sugar is not what we need to maximize health and nutrition. I mean, sugar is not bad, but in moderation. But so Pepsi is a great example of a company. It's great that they're doing so many good things, but ultimately their products, their snack foods, and their sugared beverages are sort of a bit of a conflict with the fundamental need of society for better nutrition. So I think we're starting to see the consumer food sector and the beverage sector and the dairy sector work hard to start migrating their products more towards nutrition and supporting healthy growth in kids and things like that. But that is still work in progress. It's taken a lot of complex technology to remove sugar content, to make products that historically have been causing obesity into products that actually are supporting of health. So I think we've got some companies are facing complex issues where historically the industry was set up in a certain way, and we have to change that. So I think some of the companies that are doing great work on supply chains are not showing up here for that reason. But the real reason is I think someday we're going to need a list of 500 companies that are changing the world to capture all the great work that's going on. So I don't want you to think that because a company isn't on that year's list doesn't mean something good is happening. Okay? So let's sit down and...
Thank you, Professor Porter. In fact, Himanshu, you would know that we come out with this doing good list as well in Indian context as well. So we are trying to really pick it up. But having said that, over to you, Wilfred. And from here on, we'll have Rahul Gangal, who's going to be the managing the show here for a while. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. So thank you very much. Michael, as an ex-Mercedes man, let me be as efficient as possible.
Sure.
And jump into medias res. We are seeing globally sort of me first culture, whether it's countries against countries, whether it's the polarization within countries. What is the impact on the shared value movement? Does it have an impact, and what needs to be done?
Well, I agree that we're in a period where there's sort of been sort of increasing divisions between institutions, and and politics is amplifying divisions, and I think that is complicating societies and making progress, in the world. I think we in business, we have to get away from that view. We have to just think about this from our own perspective. We've got to understand how we can make a difference, and how if we really want to, sort of reduce the conflict between our company and communities and so forth, we need to take the lead. We need to take the first step. We need to put out our hand first. And I think there are many opportunities now, but I am so concerned about politics that I've actually written a major paper with a co-author on that topic, which I'll be publishing in the fall. I'm very concerned about how politics is standing in the way of societal progress. But I think that we in business, despite the complexity and the divisions, we need to just move ahead on addressing some of these opportunities that I talked about.
In another paper that you wrote, you talked about sort of the disparity between large companies and small companies.
Yep.
Large companies having access to government, getting the rules of the game, not sort of doctored, but at least influenced in a way that is actually beneficial. Small companies being much more challenged, yet they generate the jobs. Mm-hmm. Many of the small companies or social enterprises are small companies. What needs to be done to really enable a more level playing field for them?
Yeah. Well, I think in general, and I'll take India as an example, there's just much too many rules here, much too much complexity. It's just too hard to do anything. And the person that hurts the most is the smaller company. Big company can navigate, big company has a department, big company knows the minister, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Small company, oh my God, what do? We have 4 employees and it's going to take us 6 months to work through this permitting process or whatever it is. So I think one of the huge challenges in this country is just to simplify a lot of this stuff and put it online and make it very, very transparent, and that would be huge. But big companies, in a way, have had sort of a advantage. The more complicated it was, the more they could succeed. And I think that is an issue in India big time. I think it's also an issue in other parts of the world. You mentioned the social enterprise. What we're seeing is sort of a whole new generation of social entrepreneurs that are actually using business models to deal with society. And what's that? That's creating shared value. So we actually see some non-profits acting like businesses. And I think that's an amazingly powerful trend. And over time, we're going to see sort of a blurring between non-profit and for-profit companies. And I think that's going to be a great thing. And a lot of the innovation has come from people that started out as nonprofits because they were so passionate about a societal need, and they were able to figure out that they could create a business model rather than use the traditional philanthropic model of getting gifts and then doing something for no charge. So, very interesting shuffling around of roles of various institutions in society going on right now. We see other NGOs now working with businesses on shared value strategies. So there's I think there's all kinds of opportunities here. And, I'd love to hear your stories as you start thinking about this. And I'd love to see what Indian companies are doing here. I think we can take this movement, can be a tidal wave that will sweep across the whole society.
Yes, but part of the complexity that these smaller companies have to navigate is, for example, access to funds. If we look at what's happening in the Anglo-Saxon countries, we have large banks. In the UK, for example, that's an issue to really fund local businesses, even if it's a run-of-the-mill business.
Yep.
How can we support these kind of shared value businesses? And again, focus. I understand a large company has a department, has the funds. HUL basically took their Shakti Amma project and made it a professional part of their distribution channel, made a reasonable margin on this. That is feasible. But how do I get to the point where these smaller companies can scale and get the funds?
Well, I think a gigantic problem with India is access to capital, particularly for small companies. This is something I'll be chatting with your leaders about tomorrow in some detail. I think, and in general, financing small business has been a chronic problem in many parts of the world, as you mentioned. I think what we're finding in America now is there's this whole fintech revolution. And what we're finding is that with new technology, we can make relatively small business loans much, much more efficiently. And we're doing even online models. We're seeing billions and billions and billions now going into a lot of smaller and medium-sized companies. So I think in India we've got a more basic problem. The financial sector is there's too much bad debt. There's need of better bankruptcy laws. We got to clear all this paper off the books. We got to regenerate the supply of capital. That's a government issue. But I think down at the grassroots level in the financial services industry in this country, I think we need to move on to some new models of small business lending. And I think those models are sitting there to be taken.
I share your opinion on the 2% CSR, but wouldn't that be an opportunity not only in India, in other parts of the world as well, to potentially fund a shared value venture fund?
Well, we're seeing shared value venture funds pop up all over the world because people have figured out, if they believe what I've been saying, they realize that some of the best, most successful businesses in the future are going to be businesses that are based on this philosophy. So we're seeing a variety of funds. We have some case studies on them that we teach at HBS. We're seeing this huge movement called impact investing, where investors are looking for companies that are going to have impact. Because, first of all, they're going to be great companies, but if they have impact, the investors feel even better, about the investment. So there's all kinds of innovation going on in funding models for this kind of work. I think we need to bring those to India. There's no reason why those can't work here even better than we see in the U.S.
Another question, if you look at, you're a strong proponent of free market, strong proponent of companies. But now if you look at it and you look at the recent past, we've had misaligned incentive systems, we had the great financial crisis, we had the Dieselgate. Can companies do everything? Should they do everything without government? Should there be a synergy? How would that ideally work?
Well, I think first of all, the government inevitably has to set some rules. And we want to set those rules, and some of those are rules and some of those are regulations. We need to set those rules to make sure that we have fair and open and transparent competition, that we have a level playing field, that some people don't, just get distortion benefiting them. We want the companies that are most productive to win. So we need rules and we need government. I think that... however, I think we in business ultimately have to, take more initiative and see more opportunity to kind of widen our traditional narrow boundaries and take on some of this stuff. And so I think business needs regulation. We should welcome it. We should welcome having a fair, open playing field. We should be cooperating and on putting in place the right kind of regulatory environment. There's always going to be companies that abuse the trust. The VW situation is just like horrendous. And, maybe you could argue there's so much shareholder pressure that everybody's trying to get the special edge, and so they're going to bend the rules and so forth. And my view is we should mercilessly punish companies that behave that way.
Perfect.
But ultimately, we can't assume that every business is going to violate the rules. We have to have good rules. We have to enforce those rules. Obviously, part of the problem is within companies themselves, getting their employees to follow the rules. Every company has to have compliance programs and all those kind of things. But there's always going to be bad actors. We can't let a few bad actors deter the rest of us from moving ahead in the ways we've talked about.
So basically regulate but don't overdo it. Just one
Exactly.
last question.
Yep.
In India, among economists, one of the things that's being discussed is we actually need to focus not on creating a level playing field for companies, we should focus on creating a level playing field for individuals. Mm-hmm. Right? What is your take on that? Because if you look at it, globalization has in the beginning created discontent in emerging markets. Currently, emerging markets are seeing some improvements, but it's the mature markets where a certain amount of dissatisfaction is there. How do you look at that?
Yeah. Well, I think, the idea of a level playing field for citizens is a really intriguing idea. I think the number one problem we have in America with globalization is not globalization. The number one we have in America is our failure to improve our education system. And the people that are not doing well in America are all people that don't have a good education. Every one of them. And it's shame on us. And politics in our country has stalled the improvement of our schools. Every year the PISA rankings come out, which rank across many countries in terms of the quality of schools. And we get lower and lower and lower every single year, where I think we're down to like number 20 or 25 or something. We, in America, almost invented universal public education for all of our citizens. We were once on top. Now we're down in the 20s. And politics has stopped us from making progress. So I think that and that's part of the Bill of Rights for every American citizen. You deserve a decent education. You deserve to have some reasonable health care and insurance against going bankrupt because you get sick. There's a certain set of fundamental, rights that we need to have for citizens, which are a prerequisite for participation in the modern economy. And the people that are protesting the most are the people that, for whatever reason, because of race or religion or whatever, or because of where they live, have been denied those fundamental assets necessary to actually prosper. And see, the bar has gotten higher now. The skill you need to be in the workforce is higher than it used to be. And we didn't respond to that with improving our institutions so that we could continue to allow all Americans, which traditionally was the case, to really benefit from the American dream. So that's our fault. Shame on us. And I have come to believe that the core problem in America that has caused us to fail is politics. And so the next challenge we have in America is we have to redo the American democracy. We have to change how it works. It's failing now. And, democracy is complicated everywhere. It's never simple. But I think our democracy has been really hijacked by the political parties and is not leading to the solutions we need. So anyway, stay tuned for that. I may never leave America again when they arrest me for this work. This may be the end of me, but I think we have to take it on.
We can give you political asylum here in India.
It's the next big issue. I may need political asylum.
No, I mean, my hope is still there. Having lived in the US and seeing how fast you guys normally react to challenges, I would still be optimistic that things will be fixed and you don't have to immigrate. With that, I would really like to thank you for your insights. Thanks, Atam. It was a very nice
Thanks
discussion.
for the question.
Thank you, guys.
Good questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Porter. Thank you, Dr. Olbermann. Ladies and gentlemen, we now enter the next panel discussion, which is extremely exciting because it will present how Indian companies have managed to build CSR, communities, recreating products, services, delivery models, and yet they've tried to become more competitive. For this exciting but a 30-minute panel discussion, let me start by inviting A. Vaidish, who is the Managing Director India for GlaxoSmithKline Pharmaceuticals. He is also the VP South Asia for the firm. He'll be joined by Dr. Rajiv Kumar Gupta, who is the Managing Director for GNFC, Dr. Ajay Bakshi, who is the Managing Director for Manipal Hospitals, and Satish Kumar, who is the Managing Director for Asia and Latam Operations of D-Light Industries. The panel will be moderated by Sonali Krishna, who's the anchor and editor for Brand Equity. May we have the panel members on the dais, please? And can we have more chairs on the dais, please? Over to you, Sonali.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to try and make this very exciting, and I'm going to try and wrap this up in 30 minutes as promised. All of us have heard from Professor Porter and the conversation that followed that creating shared value is clearly a strategic need going forward. However, I have with me very eminent people who are representing India Inc. and I'm going to talk about how that transition will happen. So I very quickly want to talk about, while we're sold by the concept, given Professor Porter's spiel on how this will really make companies more strategic and will create economic value, I want to talk about a little bit about how we will make that transition from CSR, which all of you do, to creating shared value, and what are the roadblocks we see in India specifically going forward to make that big leap. So, I'd like to throw the question open to you because I also noticed that GSK was #1 in that list that Professor Porter presented. So why don't you start with telling us where are we in the journey from moving from CSR to creating shared value?
First and foremost, thanks very much for having me here on the panel. There are a couple of things that we need to look at. First is healthcare is a subject where actually it falls naturally into shared values, unlike in any other industry. Because if you look at it traditionally, healthcare has been a charitable cause. Even if you look at the way in which healthcare has been delivered in this country, it's all through charitable institutions and through a public hospital. The concept of private healthcare came in way back in 1984 or 85. So fundamentally in India, it makes a huge amount of sense for the shared values, and most of the players in the industry has been doing. Now, you also need to remember is that there are two ends to healthcare. One is public good on the one extreme, and the other one is profit maximization. This is this whole balance between public good and profit maximization, because at the end of the day, investors are putting in the company, they want you to deliver dividends, they want to increase your profit. On the other end, particularly in India, 65% of the healthcare is delivered by private healthcare. So you are going to have this challenge of how do you maintain this balance. So let me give some example. Professors talked about Arvind Eye Hospital as an example. I'm going back to my olden days where I was a brand manager for intraocular lens when I was in J&J in 1985. And I remember having met Nachiar selling the lens for 4,000 rupees. And in fact, he told me, and his vision was preventable blindness has to be eliminated from this country. Now, he said, your lens is too expensive. I still remember it was 3,000 rupees in 1985, intraocular lens. And he says, you guys need to bring it down. And I have 300,000 people blindness need to be prevented. I can tell you, as an MNC at the time, we're all bringing in new technology. And the best part of it is, we used to sell our sutures, ophthalmic sutures and also lens. What he did is, he created, without going into the model of what he did, he created completely a shared values to it, and $50 for the entire procedure he managed to do is completely disrupted. We have to pull out this entire business. Many of the companies went out of business on intraocular lens. In fact, he started manufacturing lens. So if you really look at the shared values that has happened in this country is very common. Now, in my GSK experience, what we have done, which we're talking about, we completely changed the way in which the pharmaceutical industry operates in the world. So our CEO took this whole approach of saying the business model that we do of dealing with the way in which we deal with the physicians, the way in which we do access to medicines. As an example, pneumococcal vaccines in India, a lot of children die 0 to 5 of pneumococcal infection. And in fact, we can easily very well sell this vaccine at a price without even coming to price control. We didn't wait for government to do a price control. We dropped the prices by 40%. And in fact, our number of patients we touched, or the babies whom we have touched, has gone up by almost 65%. Similarly, we have done in the area of respiratory and few other areas. So one of the things that Professor also mentioned is that it's more enlightened self-interest, right? It's not that we went into loss for doing that. It's a combination of doing good to society. At the same time, our margins have come down on a short-term basis, but on a long-term basis, we created a scale. In fact, we are putting up a huge factory, and we market about 30% of the global volume of medicines in India. And at a price almost like 1/50th of what you get in the United States. So we need to remember, I think the shared value that he talked about, it makes a huge sense. You can continue to make reasonable profit. At the same time, you can make a huge difference to the people of the country.
Okay, great. But just before I get into company-specific examples, right, I just want all of you to get off your company hats and wear your industry hat so that everybody, feels included in the conversation. So for a minute, if I could ask you about some roadblocks we see in India to actually move to the shared value concept. What would be those roadblocks? For instance, correct me if I'm wrong, but one roadblock we see is all businesses being very short-term and not very long-term in their business view. And that's actually, because of the environment and the competitiveness and the kind of, pressures we have on our bottom lines. Also, if you look at world data in terms of, the average period of a CEO, the tenure, and the average period of a CMO. The average period, global period for a CEO is 4 years. The average chief marketing officer's tenure is 2 years. Given that you don't have, any real plan sustainably going forward, because everybody comes in who's new, it has new pressures, and has, a new business environment and challenges, and, and shareholders to report to. So how does one overcome this short-term view to a more long-term view? Then we can look at, creating shared value in a more long-term visionary manner. Why don't you take that question?
Thank you, Sonali. You see, like you rightly said, the impatience of the shareholders, the bankers who are, lending us money, and also when we are talking about shared value, we are talking about doing good to the communities, where we are talking of solving a problem which actually impacts large number of people. In all these, what happens is innovation is very, very important in terms of product development, in terms of logistics, in terms of pricing, margins. Most of these products which you are selling will be very, very low margin stuff. It's not like you sell a very high-end car and make a lot of money. So you need a lot of patience, and of course the market is also not unforgiving. It's completely unforgiving. So it will take long time for you to actually scale up and also become profitable. At that time you need social impact investors. So when I talk about my company, I can tell you it took almost about 6-7 years for us to break even. So how many of the companies will have these kind of impact investors who have that kind of patience? So these are all the challenges which one have to tackle.
Absolutely. If you could also come in on the same, on how do you get incentivized to create shared value? Because finally you are running corporate, you are in the business to make money. So unless you're incentivized, you will not suddenly wear on your philanthropic glasses and start philanthropy. So what is the economic incentive that you need to take that direction?
So building on the theme that Dr. Porter was talking about, we don't put a philanthropic hat on. We are not saying how do we go out and do good, full stop. We are saying how do we go out and do good, but also make it work for our business, right? And to your point on continuity, if I just give one sentence on that, it can't be CEO driven, it should be board driven and investor driven. Because CEOs will come and go, but boards and investors are typically more longer term in thinking, and therefore these two actually meld together, that it has to make sense for the company as well. And the way we think about it is do a pilot, show it works in a small geography or a small population, and then it's a no-brainer to scale it up, right? So that's your question. How do you think about it at a board discussion of doing certain things? And when we come later on company examples, I can talk about it. But the fundamental principle in my mind is should be board driven and should be a win-win for the company as well as the target population or target segment that you're trying to address.
I'll give you the last word.
You see, an opportunity can be created by a policy also. It is for the corporate to find that opportunity from any decision that can be taken at the policy level. And how we have done it, I'll just tell you a simple story on that. This is a story of simple ideas, of how seemingly simple ideas can transform institutions, of how the capacities latent in grassroots institutions can be channelized for common good. This is a story that we have developed on neem and urea. We are basically a urea producing company, a fertilizer, chemicals and petrochemicals producing company. Urea, as we know, is the most popular fertilizer in India. Urea is being consumed by almost 120 million farmers in the country. But urea has also non-farm usages. There was a time urea was getting diverted for making of formaldehyde for production of laminates. There was a time in India, urea was getting diverted for making of CPC blue for production of dye and dye stuff. There was also a time urea was getting diverted in this country for such horrendous and innovative usages like thickening of milk. And the time I am referring to, ladies and gentlemen, is not a distant past. It was just 2 years back. But one historical decision by Government of India, one historical unprecedented decision by the Prime Minister of India, changed the entire scenario. Urea is no more diverted for any other usages other than farm. The Government of India mandated in May 2015 that each and every gram of urea that is being produced or imported in this country shall be coated by neem oil. And that made it worthless for any industrial diversion. Not only that, it also increased the efficiency of urea because it slows down the conversion of ammonical nitrogen into nitrate nitrogen by almost 10%. We in GNFC, we saw this opportunity. Just to give you a perspective, India consumes 31 million tons of urea in a year, of which 24 million tons of urea is produced by 26 companies in the country, and 7 to 8 million tons of urea is imported. To coat that amount of urea with about 800 grams of neem oil per ton, we require about 26,000 tons of neem oil in this country. For production of 26,000 tons of neem oil, we require about 400,000 tons of neem seeds, which may come for almost about 16 million neem trees. Neem is not a commercial tree. Neem is not popular. Neem is not olive. It doesn't grow on farms. Neem grows in my courtyard, in your backyard, here, there, and everywhere. Now, how to collect that quantity of neem seeds from neem trees is a logistic challenge. And we in JNFC embarked on a process of backward integration by creation of simultaneously shared value with a special focus on empowerment of women and marginalized communities by creating employment opportunities, additional employment opportunities, and also improving their livelihood prospects. We employed thousands and thousands of rural community structures in 4,000 to 7,000 villages of Gujarat, self-help groups, NGOs, all kinds of community structures, water communities, milk cooperative societies, and in a span of just 45 days, we collected 10,000 tons of neem seeds, produced 800 tons of neem oil, and benefited in the process about 125,000 women by creating almost 10 crore, $1.5 million of additional income to those women. In a span of just 2 years, we have collected almost 22,000 tons of neem seeds, produced 1,700 tons of neem oil, used that both for our purpose, sold it off in the market, gone in for forward integration, produced all kinds of neem products, neem soap, neem hand wash, neem face wash, neem shampoo, and neem hair oil. So this is how a policy decision can be seen as a business opportunity and also as an opportunity for creating shared value.
So can I say that the takeaway from that is that there needs to be more policies across industries?
One is, of course, policy intervention, but even otherwise, like what Professor Porter was saying, that if we look around, there will be a lot of opportunities for serving the needs of the people. See, the need of the people which our company identified, we are in our 10th anniversary, is in terms of eliminating all the kerosene lamps. I represent Delight Energy. we are into solar lanterns and solar products and solar home systems. So we are not talking of large, solar panels, rooftop panels. We are talking of small solar lanterns, which are about 500 to 1,000 rupees kind of thing, but which will actually help people in terms of not only, making sure that their health is better because there are no toxic fumes, but also saving money. So getting into this kind of business.
Is that a sustainable business for you? I mean, is it a
Yes,
profitable business?
absolutely, absolutely. So what we have done is, while per unit margin is very low, but we sell millions of these. And we sell to all those communities which, he was mentioning about, the self-help groups, the NGOs, and large number of people. And this is a business where only scale will give you enough profit, not per unit. But to achieve that, it is lot of hard work in terms of, educating people, ensuring your logistical challenge is properly, taken care. So once we do that, today we are a profitable organization.
Would you say then, because everybody has significant stories to share on creating shared value, would you then say that India is actually doing a lot and is on the, is really moving boundaries when it comes to creating shared value? Or do you think we have some time to go? Because I think we have some time to go, and most of the CSR activities that we see seems to be more of a marketing gimmick, or some kind of a reputation management exercise or campaign just to show that they're doing good. But once you peel off the layers, there isn't actually much depth to any of those exercises, which is where I come from as a journalist. But clearly, I don't know if that's the view amongst the panelists as well.
No, I would say that we are doing some effort, but we are a very large country. So even a lot in a country like UK or France would be a tiny drop over here, right? And plus, we started from a very disadvantaged economic and social starting point in 1947. So I'll just give a simple example from how Manipal Hospitals is looking at it. As I said, we are a large country. There's a lot of disease out there. There's a shortage of hospital beds. For the last 2 decades, GDP has grown, so there's a lot of money. People are able to spend. It's not as poor a society as it used to be. But there is one obstacle which can't be solved through business models, which is awareness. Typically, awareness should be done through social efforts, media or government and others.
Social messaging.
But that's still very weak even in the educated parts of India. So just around a year ago, we started a small experiment. We launched a YouTube channel and we bought some content and we got our doctors to answer questions, and those are videoed and put on the YouTube. Guess what? I thought when we launched this that we'll have a few million hits. In 12 months, we got 30 million views, 30. Right? Now that, to your point, is that a lot? I don't think so. In a country of 1.2 billion people, I will be happy if I'm getting 1 billion views in a year, right? But is that more than zero that it was 12 months ago? Definitely. And when I compare this to a global list, Mayo Clinic is the only global hospital which has 36 million views. Even hospitals like Johns Hopkins or Harvard Medical School have lower. So that's to your point, Sonali, that those 30 million people have benefited from a very small initiative from us by watching a video and getting better informed about something. But still, the work that we have to do is so large that we can keep on doing it for another 10 years and not finish.
At this point, yeah, sure. At this point, if anybody has a question, while we're discussing this, feel free to just raise your hand, and then so that we can just make it interactive. Yeah, go for it. Gentleman in the front, if somebody could give him a mic.
You can just speak it out. We'll repeat the question.
Yeah, why don't you just, yeah. Oh, why do I say that? Yeah. Okay. This is mere observation because we've seen many corporates unveil many campaigns. Yeah, data will be there. I'll have to dig it out and give it to you later, when we meet, when the panel is done. Let me ask. It's a good question. Let me ask.
Let me moderate between Sonali and you.
Thank you.
Just let me moderate, please. Yes. And with 31 years of experience, 31 years of experience working in the government at senior positions, I think I can well pronounce on this. You see, what is happening? The new Companies Act 2013, 2% of 2% of your profits going into CSR, minimum 2%, you can do more. You know what is happening, that CSR activities, as Michael Porter, Sonali, and many others are feeling, that they are sporadic. She may have been a little harsh on her words by saying that they are PR gimmicks, but the fact remains that they are sporadic, individual, and unconnected. And therefore, since I am running a public sector company for the last more than 4 years and having experience in government, I personally feel that CSR activities have to be more aligned with some government initiatives, not necessarily being executed by government. Having said that, I do not mean that money should be handed over to government agencies. There are many flagship programs of government which actually aim at eradicating basic problems in society. For instance, Swachh Bharat Mission, it has been mentioned, Mr. Sarna also mentioned about it. Swachh Bharat Mission has two components, urban component and rural component. Millions and millions of toilets in this country, millions and millions of toilets in this country are yet to be built. One toilet, the government of India, the various state governments have determined the unit cost anything between 12,000 to 16,000. There are better toilets which can be made. In fact, Reliance Foundation, they are making better toilets, costing almost 20,000 rupees. Now, there cannot be a better cause than to contribute for this. Now, it's not necessarily that you should get the toilets constructed by your CSR funds through the government agencies. All the corporates, they are free in their own way to determine a contractor, an agency, and construct toilets. So the issue is aligning the CSR activities with certain flagship programs being executed by the government, which are much larger in their capacity and their outreach than any individual corporate, whatever be the scale of that corporate, can actually execute. So therefore, in my experience, in my personal view, these CSR activities have to be aligned with larger programs which the government has been executing for so many years.
But you've actually gone back to CSR, which is
CSR,
as opposed to shared value.
See, Sonali, you have to understand, we are talking about two distinct activities here. CSR is by law mandated on corporates.
Absolutely.
All right? Yeah. CSR, there is a small little fund that, out of the entire corpus has to be used for various activity. How to use that fund depends on your corporate sagacity. How do you wish to use it? You said it, we are using it for various publicity and things. Yes, many a times it happens like that. But how to channelize that more constructively into better channels is what I said. Creating shared value is a business strategy. Creating larger value, connecting your business with the needs of society so as to maximize your own profits, at the same time generate on the other side of the spectrum better advantages to those people who are participating in that activity. So these are two different things. We should not mix CSR with shared
That's
value.
an interesting point. So that's great. I mean, would you agree with what he just said? That they are actually two very different points and we should not mix strategy with CSR, and let's keep that, because if that is the agreement on the panel, then that'd be an interesting way to go.
I guess I'm not sure there is an either or. CSR is a specific program that companies do have. As an example, in India, you're talking about, large country. If companies try to do everything, it's like boiling the ocean. So you got to pick up your own area where you think you can contribute. For example, we work on eliminating elephantiasis in this country. Now, there are other projects that are as good as that, but today we are at the verge of eliminating. WHO is going to announce, I think in next year, they're going to eliminate So we participate in elimination of elephantiasis. So you got to choose your pay, where you think you have strength, where you can move the needle in a specific area. Like for example, in toilets, construction, and there are companies who are expert in that. So I tend to agree that CSR is something companies should work, commit themselves to some project. The shared values he talked about is a little more broader in nature, which is a fantastic idea. I think all companies should aim towards it. Are we anywhere near that? I think some companies are somewhere nearby, but it is a great idea to look at. I don't think we are anywhere near in terms of making that happen.
Just to add to what he mentioned. I agree with him. Yeah, basically CSR is, for us in our company, CSR channel is one of the channels. So we have a distribution channel, we have a partnership channel, CSR, because there are lots of companies who are doing fantastic, this thing regarding CSR, hundreds of crores is being spent. So we have tied up with some of the companies in terms of lighting up a village where the company actually sponsors that. So CSR doesn't have to be completely different. It can be integrated in your shared value business, and this can be one of the channels, and you can develop many other channels of business, and all should be running profitably.
Let me come to you. I get a feeling, and correct me if I'm wrong, that we have yet to figure out a way, given the fact that we are a complex country, large country with many issues, and corporates have their own issues to deal with. So we have yet to figure out a way to incentivize corporates to actually look at shared value as a concept where they have to be incentivized enough to have economic value. So I think we're still looking at CSR because it's mandated, but to move the needle to look at shared value as a concept and you will actually see returns coming by doing good, I think we're still some way to go. That concept, conceptually, we're not yet buying into it.
So if I understand Dr. Porter's concept, incentive is inbuilt into the concept of shared value. It's a for-profit model.
Exactly.
It's an expansion or an extension of what you do anyway, but you do it for a target segment or a target geography or a target disease in a way where you actually make money. So there is the incentive. Yeah. So
a good example would be Amul, actually.
Many. You can think about education, you can think about healthcare. I can give you a simple example that if I go and adopt a district of 2 million people, say Shimoga, and I say I'm going to improve infant mortality and maternal mortality in this district using my doctors and nurses. That may sound CSR-ish, but actually, guess what's going to happen to those bypass surgeries and those cancers that come from that district? They're going to come to my hospital and my doctors because they know. So it's a win-win. There is no loser in that segment because the government can't fix it. We have been seeing the government fail at improving healthcare outcomes for the last 50 years. And I think that's the key point which I took away from Dr. Porter's submission, that you don't need subsidy or mandate to incentivize shared value. It's a win-win business model wherein the target customer is winning, you as a company are winning, and the government is watching happily that some social impact is also coming. So I think that's a great thing that we all should take away from this and start to adopt.
Anybody has a question from the audience? Yeah, gentleman there behind. Just stand up so people can see you.
Just say it out loud, we'll repeat the question.
He won't be heard.
You mentioned subsidy, and also we're talking about, when you talk about shared value, you're talking about also the poorest of the poor. My observation is that we have induced a sense of, right for either it being free or it being hugely subsidized, which means I have a right to demand it free or I have a right to get a subsidy on it, and all of which sometimes are in conflict with what a corporation is all about, especially when it comes to profiteering. So how do you solve this jigsaw puzzle? How do you solve this problem? My question is, if I may also deflect it to Dr. Rajiv Gupta, who heads the public sector, where the control of the government is slightly higher. So I leave you to both to answer it. Did you get my question?
I'll try to repeat what you're asking. So you're saying if a customer comes asking for subsidy, how should a for-profit company be answering that question. And,
And
then how should a public sector be on? That's your question.
Yeah,
right?
so does that create a conflict? I mean, does not...
Right. Okay, yeah. Good point. So our answer is we have to look at our cost structure to see if we can serve that patient, in my case, my customer is a patient, at either a cost break even or even a slight profit. I'll give you a simple example. In the state of Andhra Pradesh, there is a scheme called Arogya Shri. It's a public insurance scheme, and the rates that our hospitals get paid for that are 40 to 50% lower than what a cash patient would pay. Now we have a choice. We can choose not to be a part of Arogya Shri, or we can choose to be a part of that, and that's not mandated by the government. But we choose to be a part of it because it gives capital utilization to our hospitals. We don't lose money on it. We don't make a lot of money on it, but then we make money on the cash patients. So I think the for-profit answer to part of your question, and I'll hand over to Dr. Rajiv, is if your cost structure allows you to serve customers at a slightly lower rate without contaminating or cannibalizing your premier customer, then I think the answer is clear. If you are not able to serve it, then you have to say, I can't do this. And then, for example, if this 5-star hotel was told that you must have 10% poor people coming and living here, quite likely they will say that no, we can't allow that to happen for whatever peripheral reasons those are. So I'll hand over to Dr. Rajiv.
Yes, the issue of subsidy. India gives about $12 billion of subsidy on fertilizer every year. Around 70,000 crores, 80,000 crores. After food, this is the second biggest item of subsidy in India. I talked about urea. I talked about neem. Our end customer is farmer. And farmer presumes that there would be a subsidy on fertilizer. As a urea producing company, we saw this opportunity of mixing neem with urea to create a business model. And that business model created shared values. And the end customer, of course, millions and millions of women now who are involved in collection of neem through our neem project are also from the household of those farmers who actually use our urea. So the company in this country, many items are subsidized of production, of use, final consumption. So the companies have to see an opportunity and create a business model wherein the subsidy is also taken care of, but at the same time, the company also maximizes its profits by creating a value chain, as Professor Michael Porter had postulated. In case of neem project, we have also created another vertical, as I said, by forward integration. Because the amount of neem oil that we have been producing is not only sufficient to take care of our own urea consumption, in-house consumption, which is about 736,000 metric tons of urea. I need about 550 tons of neem oil. But I have excess quantity. So I went in for forward integration. And again, I am using that forward integration, soaps and other products, by giving it to the end customer using the same fertilizer selling network. I have about 10 to 15,000 retail fertilizer shops across the country selling my fertilizer and my products. I am selling my own forward integration products made from neem through them. So ultimately what happens that if a product is subsidized by way of a government policy, and if there is a policy decision that leads to some kind of a business model, there can be a win-win situation created by creation of shared value, as we have done.
That's great. Just before I wrap up, if both of you could quickly talk about, in very briefly, because my time is up, on how companies should go back to the drawing board in their boardrooms and possibly look at creating, strategic shared value going forward. One or two quick messaging to corporates here, what they should do when they go back.
Yeah, I guess in a minute one can't say much about this, but the whole point is that whatever Professor said makes a lot of sense. There's a template that's been given. The kind of a
Indian context
framework that's been given. So even in Indian context, So as you said, there are quarterly results that the CEO and the board is aware of it, conscious of it. The whole point is that I think there's a shift that has to happen. It's not going to go overnight, but it's about business model. I think what is being said is that you need to look at the business in a transformative way. So you may need that kind of support for people to start looking at the business in a different way, and the shared value will come up. But many other companies were already in the process. I think it's a great way to move forward.
Last words from you.
Yeah, we talked about subsidy. As an organization, we had a different view. Even solar also some subsidies given by the government, and you also need to adhere to the MNRE specifications. So as a company, we decided that we cannot try and navigate all these subsidies and with the government. So we consciously took a decision that we will not play that game. Ours will be completely commercially viable business. So our products are not certified by MNRE. So we said that if the people believe in the value of the product, they will buy. And that's how we actually build this business. That's a conscious decision. And we also developed a lot of village level entrepreneurs who sell our products. And then the company took some time, but it is profitable. So you don't have to play the subsidy game. A company can be profitable even without subsidy.
Fair enough. On that note, I'm totally out of time, but thank you so much, gentlemen, for sharing your stories, and hopefully going forward, we'll be moving the needle on, co-creating values together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would request you to be on stage for the audience, which should give a big round of applause for this excellent panel discussion. We need to honor them. Sonali, may I request you to present this to Vaidish, please. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a round of applause for them, please? For Mr. Gupta. Thank you so much, Mr. Bakshi. Thank you so much. We move to our third keynote of we'll start with a Q&A with Professor Porter, and the audience is open to ask him as many questions as they want over the next half an hour or so. Professor Porter, please. Can you get these two chairs?
Where do you want me? Here?
So the first question from the audience, please raise your hand, please ask your question. No need to introduce your question with a prelude. Please ask your question to Professor Porter. We have somebody at the very end. Can we have a mic to the lady, please? Excuse me. Can we have a mic to the lady, please? Yeah, thank you. Then we'll come to you, sir.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for this session on shared value. My name is Masuma. I represent BASF. Talking about shared value, I myself have worked on a project which is on shared value, and the biggest hindrance that we faced was, sorry to say, but from the side of the government. Do you think in shared value, what you spoke about what corporates can do, is there a role that government also needs to play so that this is a win-win situation for everybody?
So I'm sorry, the acoustics are not great.
So her question is about how can the government be a little more proactive in supporting this process?
Good. Okay. Thank you. That's a great question. And I think what we're before I answer that question, I just want to thank the panel that was just here. I heard most of it. It's fascinating and interesting to see the great work that's already being done, the great ideas. I think shared value is alive and well in India. And I think the question is how we can take it even further. Because otherwise, I think the other institutions in our society are not going to be able to move fast enough. I remember the challenge issued by the managing director of the hotel group about what has to happen in India. And those are the kind of things that I think if we're going to make that headway, we're going to need business to play a much bigger role. So what could government do to step up the pace? And I think what we're seeing around the world is governments are learning how to collaborate with business around shared value. So for example, there's some wonderful examples in Latin America where there's a huge problem of housing. And of course, Indians, you know about housing problems. I mean, there's a lot of housing insufficiency here. A lot of people living in, not very good housing. And so, the traditional solution to housing problems is government. And government builds affordable housing or builds government housing. And that's the way to deal with a housing problem. But what I think we're learning around the world is actually issues of affordable housing are a great problem for business to have to figure out. So how can business create a business model for delivering large-scale affordable housing? And I think we're starting to see some playbooks around the world for how to do that by re-engineering the building process, by thinking about how to provide very efficient, low-cost housing, but still provides more space and better amenities than the conditions in which people live today. Now, what can government do about that? Well, first of all, rather than try to do it itself, government needs to say, okay, let's find the best innovators in housing, and let's create an opportunity for them to serve a need. And let's create a process by which there's a tremendous incentive and a motivation for companies to innovate in coming up with affordable, low-cost housing. And let's do the permitting and the land assembly, and let's sort out the rules for, figuring out, who owns this land. I mean, India is full of constraints to housing. And so if government wanted to take a shared value approach to housing, first of all, they'd clear out some of the obstacles to developing and improving housing, and then would essentially give the private sector an opportunity to compete to deliver that kind of housing, and actually even provide potentially even financing to help companies grow. We've seen that in lots of parts of the world. That would be a shared value solution. Rather than government doing it itself or thinking it's responsible, government would try to take the obstacles out of the marketplace and then really engage the private sector and create incentives for the private sector to innovate and deliver this housing. And if we can create a business model in the private sector for doing this, then we can create millions and millions and millions of units of affordable housing without having to take government revenue. So it's a philosophy, and some governments are still hung up on the fact that these are government functions and we should do it. But increasingly, governments are starting to understand that actually the most powerful force we have is to engage the private sector. Let's figure out how to do that. We have to set some rules. We have to make sure that there's a fair and open market. We sometimes have to provide some financing models and some incentives to get the process started. But all around the world, we're starting to see governments starting to wake up to this opportunity. So I personally believe that this is something that can be done in India much more aggressively than we're seeing today. I think that one of the things I'm going to be hopefully talking about tomorrow is how to get this philosophy embedded in the government strategy for development. Hopefully we'll start to see this be part of the national strategy for development, not sort of something happening separately on the side. I'm optimistic. I think this government has been willing to take on some very different ways of doing things and, sort of innovating in terms of various policies. And so hopefully we can get this one in play as well. And, I said earlier, I was sort of disappointed with the 2% giving rule. Because I thought it was unfortunately focusing companies on pure philanthropy rather than thinking creatively about innovation and shared value. Maybe there's a way to kind of modify that rule in a way that actually encourages the shared value strategies and makes them an alternative to conventional giving. And so we could talk, there's a lot of examples I could share with you, but I think there's no reason why government can't actually turbocharge, accelerate shared value movement if it sort of takes some of the steps to open up the opportunity. So thank you for the question.
Professor Porter, just aligned to that question, I want to ask a question which a lot of people in this room have raised in the past. What's your view on social progress? Because you're tending to bring it down into that topic when you introduce government and other stakeholders in this debate.
Yes, well, this is a question that I could talk about for the rest of the time we have. So let me try to be brief. It's very hard for me, I think we kind of have a pretty clear understanding of economic progress. And we've actually, for many years now, measured economic success. And I was the co-chair of the Global Competitiveness Report of the World Economic Forum, and we have a good way of measuring how well countries are doing on competitiveness. We obviously measure GDP and GDP per capita growth, and all the metrics on the economy we're pretty good at measuring. Obviously we can do better, but we're pretty good. On the social sector, what I came to believe is that if we want to make large-scale, successful social change, we have to do a better job of defining and measuring what social progress looks like, what it is. And it's obviously very complicated. There's many dimensions. It has to do with health, it has to do with housing, it has to do with the environment, it has to do with inclusion. There's a whole set of dimensions of social progress. But what we found as I looked at the landscape with a team of people, including Michael Green, who is here somewhere, I think, who runs the Social Progress Imperative, which is an organization I'm deeply involved with. What we discovered was that social issues tend to be siloed. We tend to look at the economy sort of as a whole, but social issues tend to be siloed. So there are people that are worried about health, and people that are worried about nutrition, and people that are worried about children, and people that are worried about this, and people that are worried about that. But we had no accepted framework for sort of thinking rigorously about social progress. So because of that problem, with a team of people and an organization now led by Michael Green, we created the Social Progress Index. And this is a comprehensive measurement framework to really identify all the dimensions of social progress, create an intellectual framework for measuring them. And then using that framework actually to judge and benchmark the rate of progress a given society or given region was making in moving towards the kind of society we want to have. The Social Progress Index was launched about 4 or 5 years ago. As of today, we are measuring social progress in 133 countries, including India. The framework includes really three fundamental dimensions. One is the degree to which the society is meeting basic human needs. This is things like nutrition, basic medical care, water, sanitation, shelter, and those kind of things. The second dimension is what we call foundations of well-being. This is the infrastructure and foundation we need to allow citizens to improve the quality of their lives and their standard of living, access to knowledge, access to information, health and wellness, environmental quality. And then the third dimension was opportunity. To what extent does a society have a society that allows any citizen, no matter who they are or where they're from, to actually achieve, hopefully, their best in society, to take advantage of whatever their passion is to kind of make the biggest impact in society. That's what we call opportunity. And to make a long story short, there are probably 55 or 56 different indicators of all of these things that are based on the best available data. And we now have this measurement framework for systematically benchmarking social progress. And what we found was that economic progress is positively correlated with social progress. As you build GDP per capita, you have the resources to deal with more and more of these human needs and more of the dimensions of a good society. But it's not automatic. And we find some countries that are remarkable in delivering social progress, even much better than you would expect given their economic success. We have other countries that are the opposite, that are quite economically successful, but the progress of the society is lagging. And so we have this kind of global measurement platform that we've been talking about and discussing globally for the last 4 or 5 years. What I'm very excited about is that, of course, measuring social progress you can do at the national level, but actually the real action is actually not national, particularly in a big country like India. Every state's different. Probably every city is different. Every region is different. There are different societal issues. There are different priorities. And with the help of Amit and his institute, we are in the process of creating and disseminating a social progress index for each Indian state. And we can now benchmark, which states are farthest along. We can now benchmark what areas are really the strengths in each state, what areas are weaknesses, where are we really falling behind, what other states are being able to accomplish. And now that we can measure and benchmark across the whole variety of social issues, we start to have a vehicle that allows us, hopefully, to accelerate progress. And I'm very, very excited that India is going to be one of the leaders in the world of being able to measure social progress really at the state level, hopefully over time at the city level. We'll be able to drive this down even lower. So I think that the question of what is social progress and how do we think about it has been really a big gap globally in our ability to actually drive positive change in the world. And so hopefully this initiative, which is still in its earlier years, will become as important as measuring GDP. We're going to try very hard to get your government to adopt this framework to measure how well India is doing on social issues across the entire country. And we're seeing success in other countries as well. The entire European Union has adopted this approach to look at all the European regions. And so we're very proud of that. We hope that this will be an accelerator of social change. And social progress measurement also gives us in business a sense of what are the critical things that we need to pay attention to. So that's a long answer, but it was a sort of a loaded question. I would encourage all of you to go on the website of the Social Progress Imperative. You'll be able to look at India. You'll be able to look at how India compares to its peers and to the rest of the world on every dimension of social progress. And I think it's a fascinating window we now have of visibility into how the society is progressing, getting away from the siloed view that we've traditionally had.
Thank you so much. We had a couple of questions from the middle somewhere. Okay.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hi, Professor. Thank you so much for sharing such amazing insights.
Thank you.
I'm Amrit Rai, and I represent an NGO called Pixera Global. So you said something interesting a while back, and you said that you think that the 2% law is wrong. And my question is that despite it being mandated, corporate India, still there is 26% of corporations from the top 300 who are not engaged in CSR activities. And in a country that so desperately needs, involvement and shared value, do you think that there's another way to achieve this without a law mandating it? People are still not spending, despite there being a law. So do you think there's another way that you could get them engaged to think social?
Well, that's a really great question. I think it's disappointing, to say the least, that leading Indian companies have not really even complied with what I consider a sort of not the best approach, but at least a starting point. I mean, as I said earlier, where businesses around the world started traditionally is philanthropy. And too many Indian companies haven't even gotten to the starting line of really taking any responsibility for the society around them and thinking that it's partly their job. And so I wouldn't oppose having some kind of a threshold level of donation. I don't think that's a crazy idea. What's disappointing about it is that it doesn't necessarily maximize the opportunity to move companies to the really big opportunity to really matter for society, and that is the shared value opportunity. I remember discussing this with some Indian policymakers, and I can see why they settled on the 2% giving rule, because it was practical. And it was something that you could calculate, and it was something that was sort of not complicated. And so in a way, it's not that it was the wrong place to start, given the tremendous needs in this country to have the business community be much more engaged in solving the nation's problems. But what I'm sorry about is that it's not yet absolutely focused on really creating incentives for the big opportunity. And so I would say that I don't know the right policy here. Nobody in the world has a policy that is actually, from a public policy government point of view, actually aligned with shared value. We see no across-the-board policy. We see lots of government involvement in shared value in different issues, but we don't see a sort of across-the-board policy here. I would say, and I'll suggest this tomorrow, I think there ought to be a shared value prize in India, and I think the Prime Minister should give it. And I think this ought to be the highlight of the year, is what companies have made the biggest difference to this country. And you have to measure it, and it has to be at scale, and it's got to be part of your business. It can't be a side issue. And so let's have this be the most prestigious award that any business can get in India. And let's create a whole movement, starting at the state level and working its way up to the national level. Let's create some incentives to be recognized for this. That would be one thing that we could do next year if we wanted to. Here in this Porter Prize process, we have a shared value award that's been given for a number of years, and hopefully that's had some impact, but let's make this national. Let's make this again, make this like getting a knighthood, in England. Let's make this the most coveted honor to be given to a business leader in this country. And that's an alternative. One can imagine other approaches that have to do with, for example, you have to meet the giving test, but you can substitute a shared value strategy that you have to document, that you have to show that you're actually doing something that's important. So I can think of a variety of ways to proceed, but what I don't want us to do is get stuck thinking that philanthropy is the most important way that business is going to make a difference in this country. I think we can do so much more than that in business, and our employees will love going to work for a company that's doing this. And our citizens will respect business in a way that they have never respected it before. And we have too many companies here that have created a cloud over business because they've taken advantage of special incentives and special deals with government and so forth. Well, we got to change that mindset. We got to get our citizens thinking business is really one of the premier institutions in society. And so I think we have a whole campaign here, and it's going to take a number of years. And I certainly would love to be part of it. But I'm not opposed to the rule because I think it's a crazy rule. I'm searching for a better approach that will be better aligned with what I think the most powerful strategy really is. So anyway, hope that is clear.
Okay. Next question, please, from the audience.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Professor.
Sorry, please. Yeah.
Yeah. Very good afternoon. Professor, comprehending from what you spoke in the morning, the fundamentals of 5 forces, the threat of entrance, the bargaining powers, and what we are hearing from you now on creation of shared value. So in your view, do these converge or are they elusive of each other? What do you feel about that?
So, Mr. Moderator, again, I had a little trouble understanding the question. Did you hear it more clearly?
Can you please repeat it a little louder?
Speaking about the 5 forces, speaking about all those fundamentals which we heard from you in the morning, and what we hear now is creation of shared value.
Yep.
Do you feel these concepts converge from an organization's point of view, or are they elusive to each other?
I see. Okay, thank you. That's great. So, we could talk about shared value for a long time. If I'd have had more time, what I would have talked about is that some of these societal forces that we've been discussing are really becoming kind of part of industry structure. And but more importantly, I think the opportunity to differentiate or to reduce your cost is being fundamentally affected by social opportunities and social issues. And so we believe that really shared value thinking is probably one of the most powerful ways to lead you to a true strategy in this era. That it's creating a lot of new opportunities to position in a more powerful way, to bring down your relative cost position, to differentiate with customers, to open up new needs, to grow the business. So we think that the shared value concept is really unlocking a lot of new opportunities in really the kind of traditional kind of goals and purposes of business. And these are not two different things. They're things that actually converge and reinforce each other. So I hope that was clear. Again, I would encourage all of you, there's a website called sharedvalue.org that's based on the Shared Value initiative that was started 4 or 5 years ago. There's probably 300 or 400 examples of shared value strategies on that website. of individual companies, like some of the great examples we heard today. We've done work on shared value in medical devices, in pharma, in insurance, in mining, in industry and sector after sector. Go on there and take a look. You're going to see all kinds of really interesting innovation going on. And all of it was triggered by the idea that let's not just look narrowly at our traditional economic opportunities. Let's open it up a little bit and think about if we actually included nutrition and health and housing and environment and all those other issues that we've talked about. If we included that in our thinking, would that open up more opportunities for creative, new, profitable business strategies that really unlock growth opportunities? It was wonderful to hear the GSK example earlier, just a few moments ago. And here's a company that I think realized that the old style of a pharma company was kind of saturated. And the new style of pharma company opened up opportunities to serve people that had never really had high quality healthcare before. And that the cutting edge in the pharma industry to grow that business has been to create these new shared value models like you heard about. And that, rather than have the traditional high price, market price in India where that means you're going to have a very small market, let's really bring down that price and also bring down our cost, hopefully, so that we still make a decent margin. And then let's expand the opportunity dramatically by serving people we've never served before. So I think we find the more we look that there's a synergy here between kind of our traditional frameworks for thinking about business, the concept of strategy, but the tremendous opportunities that many companies have overlooked because they haven't thought about the opportunity in the sort of social arena. They've been focused more narrowly at the traditional economic opportunity, the traditional customers, the traditional needs, rather than this much broader set of needs that we actually face in the world today. So hopefully each of you will be inspired a little bit to sort of think about your business again with your team. And think about where you really can make an impact and where you really touch a critical area of society, and where if the community could do better and the skills of the workforce could be improved, where would it benefit you? That's a new discussion for many companies, and it's a discussion I think you'll be excited to have. I would almost guarantee you'll find some really powerful new ideas to make your business better. And at the same time, I think we can move this incredible country to even a higher path of improvement.
Okay, last question for Professor Porter before we hit the prize ceremony.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can I? Hello, good afternoon. Can I?
I can hear two people. Can you please stand up? Yeah.
Yes.
Can we have one question from the end, please? We've had a lot of questions. Yeah, please, sir.
Yes,
please.
yes, Professor. Good afternoon. I mean, those have been very insightful presentations. Both, we compliment you for that, Professor. I am D. Das. I head a company called Edsel India Limited, which is from the education sector. In fact, we are into for project management, and we are also into
Professor Das, can you come to the question, please?
Yes, Professor. We just wish to ask you that you talked about shared value, and the highest amount of alignment that we can think of is between social sector and the corporates in rendering shared value. So within the social sector, education and health could be the most powerful sectors which can contribute to the societal needs. And since you belong to the education sector, do you find the corporates contributing a lot to this sector, especially in the context of India, Professor, because we have low what we call gross enrollment ratio. We also have quality issues, and we also have access issues at the higher education. Access we have cracked at the school level, but we have quality issues and outcome issues. So how do you think corporates contributing to this? Because there is again a confusion of a bit of confusion in the debate that these are not for profit sectors. Education is not for profit, and
Sir,
hence it should be left to government,
Ms.
or
Das,
it should be raised.
if I understand your question is about how do corporates get involved in
education sector, which is very powerful.
Okay. Well, this is a question that one can get into controversy here. My view is that you're absolutely right that education and health, probably of all the issues, have the most leverage for society. I mean, they're sort of, if we can raise the bar on knowledge and education and skill, and if we can raise the bar on people's ability to be healthy and therefore productive, boy, that is the path we want to be on. There's I think on health, certainly my view is health need not be viewed at all as a government issue. We have for-profit healthcare, we have non-profit healthcare. Our non-profit healthcare institutions, they have to make a profit, otherwise they go out of business. So the idea that non-profit and for-profit in the health sector are different is really sort of artificial. And what we want is we want a lot of competition in healthcare. We want healthcare organizations to be held accountable for quality. And so I think there's a lot of things that government can do to set better rules and measure. But ultimately, I think the private sector and companies can have a profound impact in healthcare. But we have to hold them accountable for delivering good value for the patient. And to do that, there's a lot of measurement and other things that government needs to do to really help make healthcare what it can be. But I believe we need the resources, the investment of the private sector in healthcare. And I think the idea that we should restrict this somehow to government healthcare is probably a missed opportunity. And we're seeing all around the world that government systems struggle for a variety of reasons: unionization, rigidity, politics, and many countries are supplementing their government system with private alternatives, and maybe that's the best of all worlds. You have a government system that's there, it's available, but you also have a private system, and the private system and the government system compete. And hopefully that will expand the opportunity and the quality of healthcare for all the citizens. Education is very emotional. Some people just have a philosophical view that education shouldn't be for profit, shouldn't be private. It should be public. I think that is, I think it's understandable. I think that private education historically has been more for the elites. It's been expensive. India has this massive need to have education available for all. And, many of the people that need it the most don't have a lot of money. And therefore, the idea that you would let the private sector take over education doesn't sound right, because it's not going to create a universal system. So I think how to introduce the private sector into education is a fascinating question. There's no reason why the private sector couldn't play a role in managing educational delivery systems, basically under contract from the government. So we're seeing that in some countries. The government sets the rules. The government decides, all kids can come. All that stays the same, but ultimately, rather than a government bureaucracy trying to do it, we create the kind of private sector efficiency and focus and incentives to do it well, to do it better, to do it faster, to do it cheaper. So I can see a contracting model where government works with the private sector to actually do some of the delivery. We see in some countries a parallel education system. We see a public system and a private system. We're seeing some tremendous innovation in high quality, low cost education in places like Latin America that is popping up, and it's sort of going alongside of the public system. Public system is there. Anybody that wants to do that can do it, but people that choose can actually have their kids in the public system. Private system, it has to be accredited. It has to meet certain standards for educational quality. So I think we have to innovate a lot in thinking about how to deliver education. And I can tell you, even the United States of America, we're struggling with this. And I think part of the problem is that the public system gets stuck with a lot of complications that have to do with politics and government and unions and ideology and all kinds of stuff. And that complication has meant that our public system in America has just not making good progress, not improving its quality. So we've got to somehow get away from the rigidity and complications of the public system and see if we can add another alternative. But we've got to make sure that that provides access for everybody. We also have to take advantage of modern technology. The digital revolution is allowing us to do certain things in education much better and much faster and much cheaper. I'm not a great advocate of going online for all education. I think the face-to-face model is precious. And young people need to learn to work with each other and learn from a teacher and have a human part of the process, not just go on the computer and type away at the quizzes. But we're still learning how to do that. So I don't know. This is not my field, and I don't have a whole game plan here. But I do believe that we shouldn't have any rigid notion of this is private and this is public. I think we should be open to new models under appropriate regulation and appropriate guidelines to assure open access. We should be trying different approaches and different models, and we should let the flowers bloom. And hopefully some of the flowers will be very beautiful and spread, and it'll accelerate the improvement of education in this country, in our country, and in other countries.
Professor, thank you so much for your time today. It was an excellent session. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Professor Michael Porter. Thank you so much. Please. Okay, we now come to the next part of the day, which is the awards. A little bit about the awards. We are in the 6th cohort, 5 years, more than 500 companies, 9 categories of awards in the Porter Prize and the IFC Times Network Strategy Awards. A little bit about the rationale for these awards. I think these awards celebrate what is best in corporate India in thought, implementation, and vision, both in terms of business as well as strategy on a social perspective. The process is extremely tightly controlled, as it has been for the last 5 years, and I think that's what brings all of us here. It's a 3-stage process, starting from application, going into individual vetting, which involves visiting companies and engaging with the management of the company, followed by detailed assessments, and then the jury round, in which the jury decides who gets which award. We at Roland-Berger have been extremely privileged of being associated with this award for the last 5 years, and we take great pride in saying that we think we've run this process well and supported this process. So ladies and gentlemen, let's begin the awards now. We'll start with the IFC Times Network Strategy Awards. For the first award, may I request Mr. M.K. Anand, the MD and CEO of Times Network, to come on the stage to present the award. And may I also request Amit Kapoor to join him on stage. The first IFC Times Network Strategy Award in the category of chemicals goes to Sealed Air India. May I request Himanshu Jain, Managing Director and Vice President Southeast Asia and Indian Subcontinent, to come and receive this award. A round of applause for the winners, please. Thank you so much. We now come to our second award, which is the IFC Times Network Strategy Award in the category of Finance, Banking and Insurance. And this goes to Shriram Transport Finance Company. May I request Mr. Umesh Revankar, CEO and Managing Director of Shriram Transport Company, to come on stage and receive the award. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Shriram Transport Company. Thank you. The third IFC Times Network Strategy Award is in the category of construction, real estate and steel businesses. And this year that award goes to Godrej Properties. May I request Mr. Mohit Malhotra, MD and CEO of Godrej Properties, to come on stage and receive the award. Thank you so much. The fourth IFC Times Network Strategy Award is in the area of social assistance, and that goes to Narmada Jhabua Gramin Bank. May I request Mr. Pramod Kumar to come on stage and receive the award on behalf of the bank, please. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the award winners in this category of social assistance. Thank you so much. The fifth IFC Times Strategy Award is in the category of Information Technology, Telecom and Data Processing. And that award for this year goes to Scient Technologies. May I request the representative from Scient Technologies to come on stage and receive the award on behalf of the company. A round of applause for Scient Technologies, please. The sixth IFC Times Network Strategy Award is in the category of Tourism and Hospitality. And this year the winner is Mahindra Holidays. May I request Mr. Kavinder Singh, MD and CEO of Mahindra Holidays, to come on stage and receive the award on behalf of the company, please. Mahindra Holidays, let's have a round of applause for them, please. The Times Network Strategy IFC Award in the category of Education, Training and Educational Services goes to EDII. May I request Dr. Sunil Shukla of EDII to come on stage and receive the award on behalf of the company. A round of applause for the winners in the category of Education and Educational Services. Okay. The last of the IFC Times Network Strategy Award is in the category of Services, and the winner this year is Me Seva. May I request the company representatives from Me Seva to come up on stage and receive the award. May I request Wilfried to come on stage and receive the award on behalf of Me Seva. Okay, we now, thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you so much, Mr. Anand, thank you. Okay. We now move to a category of awards, which are the Porter Prize Awards. Request Professor Porter to join us on stage. I'll start by reading out the citation and the award. The Taj Group Porter Prize for creating distinctive value, that's the first award we'll start with. This category of award has been supported by Taj Group. May I request Mr. Rakesh Sarna, the MD and CEO of Taj Group, to come on stage to present the award. We'll read the citation. The citation states it's for the outstanding performance in industry and ability to offer unique solutions to customers, creating new market spaces, segments, and provided solutions that redefine the market. The award for this year goes to DS Group. May I request Mr. Chitresh Gupta, the Vice President for DS Group, to come on stage and receive the award. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the first Porter Prize for the evening. Chitresh, don't go too far. We may need you later. So if you could be just close to the stage, but down, that should be fine. The second award is the Porter Prize for Creating Shared Value. It's the JSPL Porter Prize for Creating Shared Value. This award has been supported by JSPL. The citation reads, for the outstanding performance in industry and recognition of high impact as the organization that has created economic success by redefining markets, products, way of doing business, creating collaborative efforts, and in turn creating societal and economic progress. I'm very happy to report that this year we had two companies which are joint winners. The jury could not identify one company which would be one winner. And the two companies which are joint winners are GSK and ITC. May I request A. Vaidish, VP South Asia and Managing Director GSK Pharmaceuticals, to come on stage. May I also request Sanjeev Puri, CEO and Executive Director of ITC Limited, to come on stage and receive the award. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for these two wonderful companies. Mr. Puri. Thank you so much. The ICICI Lombard Porter Prize for Value-Based Healthcare Delivery. May I request Mr. Sanjay Datta, Chief of Underwriting and Claims, ICICI Lombard, to come on stage to present this award. The citation reads as follows. For redefining healthcare, providing an overall framework for diagnostics, participating in building a resilient healthcare system, focusing on providing value to patients, not just on lowering costs, free flow of information, and innovation in healthcare, such as enhancing patients' experience. The award for this year goes to Manipal Health Enterprises. May I request Dr. Ajay Bakshi, Managing Director and CEO of Manipal Hospitals, to come on stage and receive this award. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the winners for this year. We now come to the SR Foundation Porter Prize for Enabling Social Progress. For this award, may I also request Mr. Anurag Batra of Business World to join on stage. The We would also request the representatives from SR Group to come on stage for winning. Okay. So Mr. Batra will be representing SR. The citation reads as follows. For the outstanding contribution to society to meet basic human needs, establish blocks that allow communities to sustain quality of life and creating conditions for individuals to reach their potential. The award for this year is presented to GNFC. May we request Dr. Rajiv Kumar Gupta, the Managing Director of GNFC, to come on stage and receive the award. A round of applause for GNFC, please. Thank you. The last Porter Prize for the day is for excellence in corporate governance and integration. The citation reads, for the outstanding performance driven through excellence in corporate governance that is reflected in synergies between different aspects of business, superior performance and control mechanisms. The award for this year has been won by ITC Limited. May I request Mr. Sanjeev Puri, CEO and Executive Director for ITC, to come on stage and receive the award on behalf of the company. May I now request all the Porter Prize winners for this year, which is ITC, GSK, Manipal Health Services, GNFC, to come on stage for a photo session. May I also request Dr. Wilfried Olber to join them on stage. And DS Group, please. Thank you so much. Thank you. May I now request for Professor Michael Porter for his words to the winning candidates.
Okay, well, I have actually been here for the earlier prizes, but I was watching from America. And I can tell you it's a lot more fun being here. It's a lot more fun being in the room. It's a lot more fun and very exciting for me to actually meet these leaders of these organizations. I'm very proud of this prize, the rigor, the discipline with which this process occurs. The selection process, I think, is world class. And but most of all, I'm just excited to see the great stories here. And I'm proud of what all of you guys are doing, and women, to run great companies, to kind of move to the next level in the many different ways that we've recognized today. And I'm particularly pleased to actually meet all of you in person. So let's all agree that we'll come back again next year, and hopefully the bar will be even higher to win, because practice is going to get better and better. And let's all also hope that a movement will build in the business community in this country to start a really historic process of transformation in which business has a central, fundamental, indispensable role. I mean, I think that's our opportunity, that's our obligation in the business community. And I can tell you that the country needs it, and frankly, India could be a model to the rest of the world. So thank you for all your kindness today to me personally. And it's been a thrill for me to be part of this whole process and to actually be here this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Porter, for these encouraging words, and I believe that the bar is going to get increased as we go along. It's been tougher over the years, and I think a lot of people will be surprised with a few set of things. In fact, we always have had 9 categories of Porter Prize, but this is what the first year wherein we said we'll reduce it to 5. For a simple reason, we just did not feel very strongly that there are some firms that we should do. They need to improve, we need to learn more about their projects, and we need to actually wait for a while to really see more about how the whole thing progresses. So we will learn more about it as we actually go along. In fact, and I'm very hopeful that we'll be able to create some amazing content and amazing ideas around what we have actually been able to do. So as all good things have to come to an end, I have to personally thank Professor Porter for joining us here today. Thanks a lot, Mike, for joining us in India. I think he needs a standing ovation for what he has done today for us. Please, thank you. Thank you. So, Mike, you've been a great supporter, a great friend, a great guide for me, and I personally will like to thank you, and I hope I am able to work with you for many years to come. It's just been such a delight. I would like to invite you for lunch now. We'll break for lunch, and we hope to see you all next year. And that's where it is. Thanks a lot for joining us today. And I must also thank everybody who was involved in the process, MK especially, who just made this possible. Couldn't have been possible without him. MK, would you like to say something? No, thank you. Okay, go ahead. Please come in.
I think it's been great having you people here, and the fact that people have been around from 9 o'clock till 3 o'clock without waiting for lunch is a fantastic thing. Thank you very much for your support.
Thank you.
Leaders create leaders as they inspire by example.
Logically, India should be right up at the top of the list. I mean, it's such a big market.
Overall pool of revenue has gone up between 8 and 12% year on year.
Removing black money from the system is not an easy one. I think it needs to be attacked from multiple fronts.
At ET Now, we believe in the power of accuracy, in identifying the biggest global events and assessing their influence on Indian markets and business.
Switch to one country, one tax.
With relentless coverage and follow through of